Hello and welcome back everybody to another RixGG Open. It's August and we have a brand new tournament for you guys watching. Now, let's introduce ourselves before we get into the details, before we divulge in what is about to happen this weekend. My name is Roy and by my side is no other person than the good-looking Neokai coming right at you. And Neokai, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how your summer went by, how it all has been, because I believe it's our first Valorant cast ever since the player break.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? I mean, do you know what? To be honest, I haven't really been up to much. What have I got down to? I got COVID, so already that's 2 weeks out of the just gone. But no, it's been alright. Moved into a new place, hence with a new setup, and yeah, it's been alright to be honest. Glad to be back on the mic. That's the big thing, and of course, so happy to be back doing Rix tournaments. Right, there's so much fun. We get to bring this kind of just a level of kind of hype and as fun along to these sort of casts. And wow, what not a better place to do it than the August Open. So many amazing teams coming in. I mean, we already had this conversation off screen, right? There is some real talent coming in this month, and well, exactly the same in our first game.
That seems to be the case. But before we head into the game, before we head into the matchup, for anybody of you that are new to this type of tournaments, there are 32 teams competing all across this weekend to see if they can get themselves that #1 spot here in this Open. Currently, we've dwindled down to 16 teams. Earlier today, the first matches have come underway, so we will be starting things off in the round of 16. But you did say it, Neo, we have two teams that we'll be looking at right now, and those are 123tap versus John Howard.
And it's some impressive games to start us off, right? Because both of these two teams are sort of enough of that caliber that you could expect them making them towards tomorrow's games, right? Into semi-finals and finals brackets. They're very talented individual players. And even though they, to a degree, come in as a slight mix, especially like John Howard's side, to a degree, a slight mix, I guess you could say, with the roster being changed every now and again, they're still so talented that they bring just another level. And of course, that's what we love to see on the August Open. And I think, to be honest, probably the perfect game to get us started here.
It can be the perfect game, right? I mean, we've already seen them beat out their opposition. I believe 123tap did win their game in a 2-0 fashion against Sora and Co. John Howard also in a similar way did manage to beat As-9. I have no idea how you pronounce that name, but it is what it is. And for that time, yeah. I mean, it can't get better than that, can it, Neo? But, you know, this matchup does mean, like, the victors of these two teams will head into the quarterfinals and will be playing against Team 7am and Masonic, who I consider are still pretty good teams when it comes to this tournament, right? And in these early stages, there's some pretty big competition going on.
Yeah, I like the Masonic org as well, because obviously they had a very good stint in CSGO, and they've just started opening their doors towards Valorant. And of course now, so far, it's been very successful. They've been doing a pretty good job. So if they're, you know, coming into our next stage, of course, they were playing against Team 7am, which another team who have been just dotted around the scene for a while. So that will be the next game for one of these two sides. And even still, it's not going to be an easy matchup. That's the brilliant thing about the August Open. We get to this sort of level already, you know, round of 16, into the quarters, semis, etc. I mean, from the get-go, the talent is just stocked. There's not going to be a boring game. There's not going to be a game where it's unbelievably one-sided, even though we do have some heavy hitters coming in. I mean, we already had the conversation, you know, alongside 123tap and John Howard, you know, there's Vex coming in, a brilliant side, Rejects, another side who have consistently been part of the Rix tournaments. And I mean, some of the performances they put up have been stunning, to say the absolute least. But that's a beautiful thing, right? We get unreal talent at this level. And the fact that it's kind of a mixture of two different scenes as well just spices up that little bit more.
Indeed, and we'll be seeing mostly a UK matchup here, but as you said, it is a bit of a mixed when it comes to one of the two sides. But I believe we'd love to divulge into the veto as well to see which maps these two teams will get to play on. Now, it is the first matchup we're seeing of the RixGG August Open, so I'm really interested to see what we actually have at hand. But we also had a little bit of a hint to, and we sort of know what the first map is going to be. It is going to be Breeze, and there's a reason behind that, why we know, because it's not random, our shirt choice today. We brought on a Hawaiian shirt for your display.
Yes, I know exactly. I mean, we were, in a completely different outfit, just ready for a nice casual stream. 2 minutes ago, we go, oh yeah, we're going into Breeze. And me and X are like, it's Hawaiian shirts. Get up, change, and here we are. Ready, of course, a bit of a summery mood to get started. And that's what we love to see. And of course, I have to say, I'm such a big fan of Breeze, so I'm excited to see this get started because I feel like we haven't seen it enough in these Rix tournaments, right? And of course, following up, that will be the pick of John Howard being that of Icebox. Another bit of a Marmite map. You do see teams insta-ban it. They hate the map at times, but at the same time, ones that are floated towards the end and of course are decided if we get there will be our final map. Want to retap, of course, Haven will be the third and final one. So Breeze, Icebox, Haven. X, any thoughts?
I do have some thoughts, and I think it all stems from Breeze coming in, right? Because I think this map is uncharted territory for these two teams in particular, because they haven't had too many of these maps registered as officials. Because, for example, there's only one map ever played as an official when you come to the 1-2-3 tap side, and for John Howard, it's pretty much non-existent. We have no data to how these two teams love playing around this map. So you sort of try and sort of go around what is the norm, right? What is mostly preferred when it comes to Breeze. Now, we do know that 1-2-3 tap do love to play around the jet, and more often than not, it will be exactly what we'll be seeing. And we'll be jumping into the agent select to see exactly what agents these two teams will be picking.
Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hypers picks up a jet himself. We have seen him at times go, well, actually, it's a very varied kind of agent select pool, which is one of the beautiful things about Hypers, a player who's been around the scene for such a long time. But, of course, already defenders locked and loaded. Cypher, Viper, Sova, Jet, and Sky. And I have to say, that team comp, that is a scary one.
It is a scary one. Now, no surprises when it comes to the controllers, right? Viper all around. The only difference when it comes to this matchup is the Phoenix versus the Sky. Now, I love the Sky. I do prefer it against the Phoenix, although Phoenix can sort of work out as a second controller when it comes to his Blaze. But I believe that Sky's flashes may be a little bit more powerful, but also you can be a little bit more creative on how you want to assist your team when it comes to these pushes. You can have Sky on the sidelines, you can even keep her further back, but at the same time, you can always know that you can help out your team in certain pushes. Not only that, Seekers, what a powerful ultimate, and the fact that you only need 6 points to 6 orbs to sort of build that one up, it's just really, really strong.
Yeah, I do have to agree. I think especially coming into Breeze, I think Sky just brings that, that added sort of level, let's say, when it comes to not only map control, but information plays. Of course, you have the ability with those flashes, just to, the guiding light alongside, regrowth coming in, just to support the team if it's in a little bit of a troublesome state. I think Sky just brings that added level. Well, Phoenix can really only heal himself. In that sense, Sky, more of a team player, let's go with. But I'm interested to see how these two battle it out, because the rest of the comp, very similar in that regard. But it should be an interesting one. Of course, John Howard starting on that defender side, 1-2-3 tap on that attacking side, and they're already starting to pick into the pistols. And the Ghost seems to be a classic pick here.
Does seem to be the case. Of course, Breeze is one of the maps that I have a lot of friends that do like picking in Sheriff, and we are seeing it on Luke as well right now. It's the long distance. It is without any armor. It's 2 shots to the body and a kill. Long distance range, 1-tap headshot. It is that's a really interesting position to play in. But walking straight into the alleyway towards the right side of the map, there's a double stacked sided push coming in towards the A side. Now there's a triple man defense coming in for John Howard, but it's the Sonic Arrow to be shown, and see Benja and Hypers first falling through. 1-2-3 tap, absolutely demolishing them, dismantling the defense, and that's the spike plant being dropped.
Flash will come through. Peggy into something special, but not able to deliver. Ewan finds an easy shot and leaves it all down to 1. Trix got a tough job to do here, but will net himself an opener. So a consolation kill at the most.
Quickly shut out as well. Trix, nothing else he could do. Shut down and taken out of his misery, really, as the rest of his team did for moments earlier. 1-0 on the board now for 1-2-3 tap. Starting things off nicely on this attacking side. And, I'm interested to see how John Howard do approach it from here. It's going to be a filler round, obviously. Like, they're not really going to go for anything too fancy. The only thing you would expect from them is a crowded site, and it's exactly what we're seeing on towards the A site. And they're sort of keeping Triox into that B position, sort of being on scout duty. Obviously on the back side of it, therefore once he does retrieve that information, he can just back out. But Hypers, what is that crosshair?
What is that crosshair? I wasn't sure if you noticed it the way I noticed it. That is disgusting, but let's see if he's able to deliver. Hyper's a player with ridiculous aim talents. That B side completely vulnerable. With the utility come in and left with just an easy spike going down, and of course post-bombs being set up immediately.
I think Hyper's crosshair was a smiley. Just
smiling
it's
disgusting.
It is. Like, imagine your opponents tuning into the stream later to see the replays of how potentially Hyper's had to dismantle you, and you have like a crosshair just staring right at you. It's daunting.
But so far, it's obviously working. Managed to let himself an opening kill, and of course, the way he's setting these post-bomb positions so deep. Trade's coming forth, however, making things a little bit more uncomfortable and a little bit more expensive.
Flank brewing from the John Howard side. Luke, presence compromised. Simple take from 1-2-3 tap, only losing one in the process. But it's a clean follow-up to the pistol. It's a 2-0 start for the 1-2-3 tap side.
Yeah, what a way to start things off, and no remaining players as well for John Howard as all 5 go down. The last two of course the spike radius, and well, that's going to be a very comfortable second round on the board. They went for, of course, just a gamble stack. It's understandable, right? When you're coming in with a significantly worse economy, you just have to hope that they make their way over towards a site which is stacked, and that's not the case this time. It's very well played, though. Credit to 1-2 tap. They cleared the site very, very quickly, and of course, off the back of that, spike goes down, post-spawn sets up, and there's nothing the defender side can do. 2 rounds on the board, and already a confident start.
Take flight.
Side approach again, similar to what we've seen round 1. Now drone to lead the charge.
Enemy mark.
Retrieve information. Tap. Took quite a while to approach, but you know what's really important about Cypher in this lineup? Is having that camera up and ready. When it comes to Breeze, he can retrieve so much information. Dash coming through from Hyper, barely survives it, but it's Peggy and Ewan quickly to trade things out. 4-on-4, but you can see Luke already in the backline being challenged as well. Hyper's taking him out of the equation, and all of a sudden, you thought John Howard had money, but look again. B Magic back into the fight. 2-on-3, 1-2-3 tap aren't done just yet.
Spike planted.
No, exactly. Spike goes down with a 2-on-3, and with Hypers on that low HP, that makes all the difference. But Hypers nets himself one more, and with Triox out of the equation, B Magic needs something special, but he's not able to deliver. Hypers with a triple kill to his name as a 3rd round gets put on the board for 1-2-3 tap, and wow, X, they're starting to pull away a bit now.
They are indeed, no.
I need a drop.
3-0. That was John Howard's approach, right? That was their opportunity to close things out. Now,
sure.
I like their setup, but something was missing. There wasn't really any aggression. If they lose their fight onto the back of the pyramids there, that is all lost. They lose 3 players in that instance. Losing any control of that side is pretty much unapproachable at that point in time. They had no room to back out of it, and they were too passive in that instance. The utility overwhelmed them, and for that reason, they are in a massive disadvantage when it comes to this round.
Exactly, share for close range, able to deliver actually 2. B Magic and Triox just causing an upset here, and now in a 3-on-3, they still need to get the spike down.
Said they were at a disadvantage, but somehow they bring it back around. Ewan brings the spike down, Shotbot doing damage onto him. Peggy still makes it difficult. Momentarily, you think John Howard have a great chance. Xander, his location is completely compromised, and Ewan is going directly into the crossfire of Luke. Oh no, 1-2-3 tap, they fluked it. It's all down to Xander, catches one off guard, looks for the second follow-up, flick onto one. Oh, can he get it? Behind the door, dances around! Could have been the spray transfer, but no. DM got us too quick and puts John Howard on a thrifty round point of their own.
Can you imagine that spray transfer just was able to pull off there, but not able that time. Has to be said, really well played from John Howard. With super isolation of fights, and of course, when you're coming in a thrifty buy, just trying to muster up something with the Sheriffs, that's how you play it. Sit together, held those crossfires, and that's exactly what they did. And of course, when you're lighting off shots like that, I mean, Triox finding a double was so monumental to the round going in their favor. And of course, in a 2 versus 1, all you have to do is play together, and that's exactly what John Howard did. First round on the board, and now maybe potential for momentum to start swinging in their favor.
Again, A site to be approached multiple times. They go for that. No alleyway being controlled this time around, but Magic. No way he goes this aggressive, greets two, but ends up with 1 kill, running away with his life as well. He's got his backline covered by his own teammate, and it still works in their favor. Unpunished, unchallenged, and John Howard seems to have taken momentum right back in their hands. Now, Benjo, he wants to recover, but Uyun is the one to chime in with the first kill. Tagged by the Al drone, but the spike has space to go down.
It goes down from Peruvians, and now once again they can set up these very, very deep post-bomb situations. They know they're in a 3-on-3, so they don't want to overextend just too much here. And Ewan, he's going to waiting for them to walk into his crosshairs as John Howard are slowly making their way forth.
Ewan waiting to throw out his flash. Swings out without it. Ooh, that could have gone messy. Comfort there for Ewan, but Triox is there to challenge them. Only one left, and he's nowhere to be found. Snake bites to be thrown from the air. They're not going to come in quick enough, though. It's not enough damage. The defuse comes in, and John Howard come out ahead.
Yeah, it's all well and good having those lineups, but if you can't get them off in time, well, of course, you're going to be left in that exact situation. Very easy just to find this, but what a brilliant start, right? I mean, already, information play and a kill just to add to it. And it's John Howard are going to put a second on the board, and off the back of that, they're really chipping away at this 1-2-3 tap economy. At one point, looking very fruitful, right? They built up that long-term economy, and in that sense, you know, momentum normally follows suit. But now 1-2-3 tap, you know, long-term, losing this round, they're going to be in a real kind of tough state.
Does become tough after this point in time. Of course, Viper's Pit available, making the defense of the B site much more palatable. Seekers as well. 2 ultimates already expended from the John Howard side.
Nowhere to run.
Information granted across the board. Hunter's Fury. In reply, no info, no tags found either. But Fizz needs to be careful here. B Magic in close proximity while mid is still being challenged. B Magic, does he aggress this? Does he push it? Ewan's gonna walk right in front of him. Again, how does he run away with his life like that? It's the second time he does just that. But Xander finally is able to retrieve him. Quickly brought things to an equilibrium state, but still no ground control for 1-2-3 tap.
Oh, of course, and the whole drone just looking for, again, that information we spoke about, right? That's the kind of priority at the moment, that information type of play. What a lovely shot there from Benjo. Just to leech Triox out of the equation. Of course, now with a man advantage, 1-2-3 tap, they can capitalize on this.
And Benjo's keeping them busy towards the B side. It's clear coastline work here from the attacking side. 1-2-3 tap can just initiate the spike plant without fearing at all. And now John Howard, they can rotate, but they have to be scared of their backs because Benjo could be there to challenge. Peggy, he's unaware, and that's a freebie of a kill once more. 1-2-3 tap looking to put themselves right back into the equation, and John Howard can't do anything in return.
A lurking Cypher is always a worrisome sight as well, especially with the tripwires, right? You just pop them down and, well, leaves you completely unable to rotate back around. If you're John Howard, you're forced in a tough situation where all you have to do is just keep hold of what you've already got. You know, the Operator and Vando, it's an expensive investment, right? So just keep them ticking across. That's exactly what we are going to see. But it's going to be 1-2-3 tap once again, starting to pull away ever so slightly. 4-2 on the scoreboard, a 2-round buffer, and of course their economy kept in that stable state.
Now, I don't blame John Howard taking all their players towards the B site, even though information wasn't quite there. Knowing that they'd lost all mid control, and with Benjo making his presence known towards the B site, they knew that there was only one man standing towards B. Therefore, I mean, that was the next point of contest. But, you know, without actually knowing where the rest of their team are, how 1-2-3 tap was able to conceal their positions, that was the game-winning moment for them, because then they had clear groundwork towards A, and it just became a simple win for them from there.
Agreed. It's a gamble stack, right? It is exactly that, a gamble, and it just didn't pay off that time. They, as you mentioned, without that mid control, they become very vulnerable over towards B. So they tried to play against that, but I'll get the information spamming through B Magic. Low on HP, just needs to fall away, but this time not going to be able to.
B Magic quite aggressive today. Sometimes works out, this time around not so fruitful. Here and run it back, and he does just that. Falls back but does get information onto Triops' whereabouts. Viper's pit drop, and Spike will follow as well. Fizz is the first man to find a shot through that onslaught, but the rotations are coming in quickly. Look at the backstab brewing from their Cypher. They need to be wary of that position. It seems like the crossfire is being held. Hyper's delivering onto Peggy, and it seems like 1-2-3 tap are closing on them. John Howard, nothing they can do. Their hope lies into Luke James' hands, and that will not be conceived. It is a 2-5 score in favor of 1-2-3 tap.
Yeah, that utility usage was absolutely excellent there. Xander, right? All you need to do, put up the smoke screen, and of course the Viper's pit to follow just makes that site completely well and truly exposed. And well, John Howard, there was little to no hope in getting back in. 1-2-3 tap, it's an easy 5th round on the board off the back of just some very simple Valorant, but just played at such a high level. They are starting to do a stellar job of just bridging a gap now. And Oliver, John Howard, with them being in a bit of an uncomfortable state and 3 rounds behind, they need to step it back up.
Now, it might be a forced takeoff to the B site. Force it in.
Enemy kill.
Luke, though, deals with Ewan nicely. No movement towards elbow now. 1-2-3 tap, slowly closing in on them. Now, this is why Cypher is useful. He can retrieve a lot of information without showing his presence. They flow in. Sonic, oh dear, DM God, that's going to be the trade. Fizz as well chimes in. Xander, he's able to join the party, and Luke, he's challenged from all directions. 1 bullet remaining in his operator. There's nothing he can do. He's got a backup, but it's miles away.
1 enemy remaining.
And down he goes as well, Hypers. That's easy pickings for him as well, because you got to feel for Luke. He couldn't even rotate away. Every angle compromised, mid completely exposed, and of course, they made their way deep through main, leaving him just in a tough space, trying to fall back over towards spawn, but even that was too tough of a task. And of course, Triox now, the rotating player, just left all alone to try and keep this Vandal in hand. That's once again 1-2-3 tap, doing a stellar job. We speak about, the isolation of fight. That's one thing they've been doing brilliantly so far. They get that utility off. We saw that with the Cypher's cage, right? It allowed them to push that a little bit further, and then of course left the players on the site just wondering where they're going to be swung from. And well, John Howard left with just 1-2-3 tap, find a 6.
Starting to edge away, aren't they? 6-2. Becomes quite a daunting lead, especially considering when it comes to credits. John Howard aren't doing that grand, are they?
No, not at all. Long-term economy, well and truly in the bin, has to be said. And of course, they might be able to muster up a slight half-buy, which we are going to see. Peggy going to pick up that Marshall. And I have to say, I'm a big fan of the Marshall on a half-buy. I think on an individual level, if you back your aim, it's the perfect weapon of choice.
I mean, we saw a thrifty round come forth from John Howard before. Now with that repeats itself, that is a different question. Cam quickly taken out of the equation. Luke needs to back out. Blades have been activated. Timely execution of the recon bolt, but it does mean that Luke has the 4 trios being challenged. Taken out by Ewan, though. Peggy can he punish? Benjo aggressors. 1-2-3 tap. They're forcing their way into the lineups of John Howard, and they are the ones that are coming away with kills. DM God not quite able to square up the headshot. It's Xander to shut him down. Peggy with 1 bullet onto that Marshall. Somehow connects the shot through the door, but it's Benja to close his life, and 1-2-3 tap continue to show dominance.
Yeah, and of course, the biggest factor off the back of that, of course, is that, well, John Howard, they weren't able to really make it expensive at all. 1-2-3 tap, they survived with 4 remaining players, of course, keeping their long-term economy. Take a look. I mean, it's brilliant for the time being. And, well, if you're John Howard, they need to muster up something coming into this next round, because, of course, it's the same thing. They're picking up a 4-buy. Brilliant. You got the Phantoms, Operator, Vandal, Bulldog. Fantastic. Full armor, utility to support, but losing this economy back broken. It's a similar case with 1-2-3 tap just pulling away.
Blocking sight.
Cloudburst shortly to give them space towards mid. An approach we haven't seen too much from 1-2-3 tap. This time around, Cypher's push is being supported. And Peggy holding off mid doors. He's got a big task in his hands if he wants to hold this off, but look at 1-2-3 tap. They've gone all the way around, and B Magic has given them the space. Hypers retrieves Triox looking to challenge, but the B side, it's open. They can head right to it. Now, they do activate the cage. They're heading into the A site from a very unorthodox side. From the back line, it is DM gone to find the first one, but I think they've elected the wrong side to push from. 3 players holding it through. Luke retrieves one, but Fizz is able to challenge right back up. 2 on 3, and now they change their mind. Heading right back to the B side, but DM God, will he permit that? I think not. 1, 2, 3 tap. They gave away their advantage, and now they're left only into the hands of Fizz.
He's got a lot to do. He's spotted as well, and Molly may be able to find one. Surely the trade comes in momentarily. 25 seconds left on the clock, and Fizz needs to do something special here. He's just going to knife out, run over towards the site. Just needs to prioritize getting the spike down, and of course, set himself up in a position to isolate these 2 fights. And we'll have just enough time to do exactly that. But Hunter's Fury going to give away the information. Now, surely, time is of the essence, as he just about avoids a second.
Oh, wow. He's going for the full wraparound. There's no way, right? From a 1 on 3 down to 1 on 2. Spike planted. Easy first shot. Now he knows where the rest are, and it's just Peggy. Hunter's Fury, this is perfect. And he finds the kill as well. That's the 4K for Fizz, salvaging the round for 1 to 3 tap. What a beauty of a performance from this man.
That was picture perfect from Fizz. Finds us up a 4K, despite being in a 1 versus 3. Isolates each and every fight, and that was just stunning. Valorant played at this highest level that we spoke about, and look at that. Absolutely excellent. The rotation perfect, and John Howard, they got read like a book there. Brilliantly played. 1, 2, 3 tap. They find 8, and a 6-round lead.
That must hurt, man. That might be just staking their hearts with a knife. Now, yeah, getting right in there. And Trix, there's nothing you can do about it. Even the Seekers can't stop them at this point. Ewan doesn't care. He goes directly for the kills, but the B site has been taken over. But that's not the game plan. They've obfuscated their push, and now it's the A site that's been taken over. Peggy challenging right back up. And now Xander's position compromised, but it is the A site spike plant that has come underway. Now Benjo, is his position checked? DM God, he is wary of it, and for good reason too. Oh, he absolutely finds it. And Cypher Diff may be called out in chat, but it comes down to the snake bite. Extra damage coming through from his burst as well. DM God, he can't survive this. He's dead. It's down to a 1-on-1. It's 5 HP onto Peggy. He can't even approach the spike because he's going to die. Perfectly played out by Xander. And I think Peggy realizes this. It's all or nothing, and he can't fight it. It's Xander to give this win to 1 to 3 tap again. And it's individual performances. That is the name of the game for this team so far.
And that's when you see, you know, we talk about good and great performances, learning from mistakes, exactly what we saw there. You know, earlier when Xander had, of course, that Viper coming out, just quickly, I mean, that is unreal from Ewan, by the way. In a run it back, manages to find the opening 3K to give a significant advantage in favor of 1 to 3 tap. But in that position there, right, Xander earlier just wasn't quick enough from getting his utility out. Needed that snake bite to drop earlier from his lineups, and well, he paid the price because he left it too late. They got the defuse, but this time learned perfectly, and they're making it even worse. An opening double going the way of 1 2 3 tap, and things are just falling in place for them.
I know exactly where you are.
Hero theft given over as well.
Get out of my way!
Looking at John Howard right now, you start to wonder how do these hopes fall back into place for them? Everything they gain is traded right back up. Numbers advantage, double the amount of players alive on the server.
One enemy
Better
remaining.
weaponry to deal with it as well. Undisputable save should come out, but that won't happen. Operator coming out and dealing with the last 10 to 2. Quite a demanding lead for 1 to 3 tap.
Yeah, you can say that again. 8-round difference. I mean, 1 to 3 tap, they are well and truly in control of map number 1 of this series. I mean, this has been an absolutely stunning performance, to say the absolute least. And while we have seen some ever so slight moments of glory, I guess you could say, from the John Howard side, it just hasn't been good enough overall. We spoke about it earlier that, of course, the utility has been just second to none from 1-3 tap, but the individual plays as well have just been that step better. And now as they head onto their defender side, I think this could be a quick map number 1.
It really could. Half over. Sides have been switched now. 1-3 tap. They can just defend. Can John Howard streak 8 in a row and find the equalizer? That's a big ask.
Careful now.
And as the B site is being approached, as they walk right into the tripwires, Luke is shut down first. Now they do back away, and for good reason as well. Look at the rotation from 1-3 tap. They've already made their way towards the B site, but it looks like they're backtracking again towards mid.
Something special needed. Ewan, he only managed to pick himself up one before Peggy, quick on the trade.
Here.
But the man advantage kept, and that's the priority for the time being.
Evers, contact found to the right, but his flank to the left has been compromised. Now it is John Howard with the numbers. Need to be wary of this. Peggy's health was problematic. You can say that problem has been dealt with. Xander even runs away with his life. Do they follow? Do they back away? Decision made? They're heading towards A. Directly through mid doors.
30 seconds
It
left.
seems like 1-2-3 tap wanted to put their forces together.
Pull cat.
And they'll be happy with a retake. As this fight goes down, John Howard have a chance to retrieve a round at least.
Spike planted.
Yeah, an opportunity here. I mean, still 2-on-2. But the problem is that, well, Xander doesn't have that much
enemy
health to
remaining.
work with. A lovely shot from Fizz, deletes B Magic, and of course now Triox left with a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Too much pressure, if you ask me. Won't be spotted out by the recon. Won't be hurt by that either. Triox swings. Ooh, Fizz is just too quick. What a flick. 11-2, not given a chance. 1-3 tap, 2 rounds away from victory in map number 1.
Yeah, what a flick, what a retake. That was brilliantly played because they knew coming in, especially after that first goal picked up by Fizz, they just needed to play the trade game. That's exactly what they did, especially once they got the recon dart off, right? They had the information that as post plants are set up for, of course, the attacking side, they're very deep. And because of that, they can stick on to that spike defuse and, of course, just wait for the aggression to come forth. And then it was just a game of an angel. In a 1 versus 2, 1-2-3 tap, play that to perfection. 11th on the board, and they get ever closer to that all-elusive 13.
Marshall. First tag. Ooh, I love the aggressive dash there from Luke, and that might give them the space to work with you, and emerges from the shadows, runs away with 2, and Fizz is there to collect the rest. Challenged by multiple directions. 1-2-3 tap do have the numbers, but John Howard are on hot pursuit. Spike drop, therefore required to be retrieved. And this makes it a lot more difficult. 1-2-3 tap, no, they have the control. No, they do not need to contest, and Aldron is just being a menace. Peggy just needs to have space to reload and can't reinforce his teammate. Benjo takes that opportunity to close both of his opponents' lives, and now it's 1-2-3 tap on map point.
That's so well played as well, because the Aldro, not only did he get the information of where they were set up over towards that pyramid's position, but off the back of that, just played distraction, right? All they had to do was keep their attention focused on him, and of course, in doing so, the swing comes in, and 1-2-3 tap, clean up the site. 12 on the board, 10-round lead. X-Roy, this is it's been a rough one for John Howard, to say the least.
It has been, Leo, and I think there's no way out. 12-2, honestly, what can be done? Probably just press that reset button and just focus onto the next map, right? Flash out, B Magic. I think it's more of a question when rather than how, you know? John, 1-2-3 tap are close to this. They can smell it. Although John Howard are definitely not going to hold back from a fight. They're going to give it their all and see how far they can go.
Yeah, they're not going to know about a fight here. Hypers and Benjo, though, will net a man advantage. But the Seekers come out looking to find that early information as Luke nets himself one, looks to make a 2, and he'll connect as well. It's brilliant. Now with the 2 versus 1, something huge needs to come out, but it's not able to be delivered. 1-2-3 tap. A perfect retake once again. And of course, a 13th on the board.
And with the spike defusal, that means that it is map 1 covered for 1-2-3 tap. Very nicely done. Breeze has been locked into the pocket. And now they're one step away from qualifying to the quarterfinals of the RixGG August Open. Neokai, I'm just wondering how the next maps will ensue and what will progress, because this was an utter showdown. You saw Fizz absolutely showing up. You saw Ian doing so well. You saw so many of these players from this 1-2-3 tap side doing a grand all time. Perfectly done.
Yeah, that was just excellently played from start to finish. 1-2-3 tap were just well and truly in control of that series. And it has to be said, if you're John Howard now heading into map number 2, you just need to hit that reset button, because, I mean, that is not the performance you want in, you know, your opening game here. Well, your second game, but the opening game on the stream, right? That is not the showing they wanted. Of course, 1-2 tap, very, very difficult opponents, and they showed it, right? They came out flying out of the gates, no room for error, but John Howard, they need to reset, because heading into map number 2, it needs to be a complete different performance.
But, ladies and gentlemen, for you watching right now, do not go anywhere. We'll head into a small break before we head into map number 2. But otherwise, we'll see you right after the break, and make sure you keep that tab open.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars.
And we're back. We said we wouldn't take too long, and here we are. Map number 2 to come underway, Neo. Now, it was been a blast, but I think we can jump right into it, jump right into the agents, and I guess we can divulge the whole how everything pursued on the previous one, because it was a quick one, right? 12-2, 13-2, not quite of a contest.
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, what a performance for 1-3 Tap, right? They thoroughly deserved that map number 1. They were, from start to finish, on both sides, dominant. They controlled the play, dictated their play style as well, which is the biggest thing, right? We mentioned, when you're coming into a game like this, especially on your defender side, you need to just throw that attacking side off. Don't allow them to set up these executes where they can guarantee, a spike going down. But 1-3 Tap, we just saw a statistic that they got 12 out of 12 spike plants on their attacking side. I mean, what a performance. It's just absolutely stunning. And maybe starts to show a slight weakness towards John Howard on their defender side, where they can't deny a spike going down.
You know what, though? I think Breeze is more often than not favoring the attacking side when it comes to the takes. Yeah. Therefore, a lot of teams elect to go for the retakes more often than not, have your players mostly alive and have them in passive positions where a back off or where at least you can hold down your ground without having to compromise too much of your positioning to eventually die, and then your team needs to act up on a disadvantage. Usually teams do elect to go for the retakes, right? Usually teams are permitted that attack. Of course, there is a fight given, but that wasn't really the case. It seems like they had John Howard had their foot on both sides of the road. Therefore, they ended up being in the middle, and they just got thrown down by a car.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think at times as well, John Howard sort of just did things on individual basis, right? There was not a lot of team synergy, which we saw 1-3 Tap. They had that to perfection. I mean, just early doors coming into a round, right? The utility that they put down, you could see, utility down, crossfire set up in 1-3 Tap. They were just that step ahead when it came to working as a controlled unit, which John Howard slightly struggled with. And of course, off the back of that, when you have individual plays of like Ewan with a Phoenix getting a 3K with his run it back, or Hypers just going absolutely nuts, it does make that difference, right? And overall, John Howard, we spoke about this at the end of map number 1. Coming into map number 2, they need a reset, a full reset. Just take a step back, assess what went right and wrong. And unfortunately, not a lot went right, but learn from it. That's the biggest thing. I mentioned earlier, a good player and a great player, learning from your mistakes. Xander did exactly that in his post plant. Now, John Howard need to do this coming into map number 2.
And a little bit of a side note, Neo, our tournament started with Breeze being picked up. So is that a good sign for this tournament? Or is this can it get better from here? Does it get better?
We've peaked.
We peaked already. It doesn't get better. No, I'm joking. But, the competition will only get better. So
exactly.
Stick around. There's more reasons to be around on this tournament for the next couple of days. Semi-finals and the grand finals being played out tomorrow. So it'll be awesome. But let's jump right into the agent select to see how exactly this matchup will turn out. Icebox, of course, being the second map. We're going from summer to winter. And it looks like we've got fairly similar comps, but there is a slight change that is quite visible, isn't there, Neo?
Yeah, that's Sage. I think it's a guaranteed pick. You have to do it because you need to just lock off tunnel. You can't give, especially if you're on the defending side, you can't give the attackers control of kitchen. It's a massive no. It's a standard play. It has to be done because once they get kitchen control, then an A split and a B split can come in. Either way, they can make the decision on the fly, and a mid-round adjustment like that, well, that's where Sage comes in perfectly. Just denying the ability to make their way in towards kitchen, cut off that rotation, and then they can just focus on a few less entry points.
Now, we also noticed that 1-2-3 Tap are starting off from the attacking side. It looks like they're more set up for the attacking side when it comes to the agent select. Picking up Reyna for Xander, as DM God wants to make sure that the defense of John Howard is looking is looking of greater power, DM God picking up Killjoy in that regard. So that is the only difference when we see the agents being picked up. But we saw how dominant 1-2-3 Tap were on the attacking side over on Ancient, and it just makes me wonder, is that going to be any different on Icebox?
Well, let's hopefully see. Hyper's gone for a crosshair change now from the smiley face to this obnoxious crosshair, but let's see if it makes a difference.
Can you archive crosshairs? Can you save them? I'm not quite sure. I've never really tried that. But heading right into the A side, they're not really retrieving too much contest. Meanwhile, the backline is being challenged, and Benja has already been taken out of the equation.
Yeah, and of course, B-Magic now just waiting for the rotation to come forward. Of course, here's the information, but they're actually not making their way into a site. They're rotating back away.
One dead.
They do lose players in the process, though. They're being
down
trickled
mid.
down one by
One enemy
one. The
remaining.
numbers are dwindling. Xander keeps his hopes alive, but no, they got so buffed down that John Howard were able to close things out nicely. 1-0 on the board for them.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, 1-2-3 Tap just slightly overcomplicated that round. They may probably have been a little bit better off if they just got that spike down, of course, played the post plan, and then had an opportunity to try and duke out with the players that had rotated through. Of course, they had that information that they'd gone for the big flank early doors, and map control was all or nothing, right? But rotating back around, of course, they just caught in transition, and of course, that'll be first round going the way of the defense.
By the way, Neo, I'd love to hear your opinion about the butterfly knife. You know, I know you
Love
primarily
it.
come from Counter-Strike, so what do you think of it?
Have this bite.
I love it. I think it's great. The only thing I'm waiting on is just a few nicer skins, right? I'm not too sold on the equivalent of a Forest DD butterfly knife, but if you can see some, you know, like an Ion one, that's when I'm more say I'm buying it straight away.
Okay, well, right, definitely have room to do just that. Fizz, swing, good shot onto DM God, but you know, the weaponry is lacking. Therefore, it does make their task that much more harder. Being Magic, of course, aware of a contact here. Standard pretty much set up from John Howard when it comes to this defense. Although Kitchen unchecked. And that could give opportunity for 1-2-3 Tap to find the advantage. Losing out on their players towards A does keep John Howard busy on that side of the map. Shorty close distance, so 1 kill goes his way. It is a trade. Nothing much can else be gained by 1-2-3 Tap. Hyper's position has just been shown onto the map. They know exactly where he is. Being pre-fired. Good tap. Okay, makes that little weird crosshair work out for a little bit more. So it does become costly for John Howard to a certain extent, but still, it's the second round being confirmed in the bag.
Yeah, of course. It was sort of guaranteed to go that way, but it has to be said, 1-2-3 Tap did a decent job of just making things a little bit more expensive. The spike coming in with, well, essentially not a lot, right? Classic shorties, just to try and cause a little bit of economical damage, and I have to say, you can say they succeeded. They managed to pick up a couple of kills, and of course, off the back of that, 9 John Howard's economy just getting too out of hand.
Now the buy of John Howard still lacking. A couple of Bulldogs in the equation. Let's see how they orchestrate this attack. Xander being the violin in the situation. The first violin pushing right forward. Headshot connects onto the first. Can't quite capitalize onto the second. Backline challenge from Luke. The Hypers. That's interesting. Aldron given away, but now they know where he is. Dashes away, but it's given away. Benjo again with that Vandal, putting himself and his team back into position where they can close things out, but 4 bullets left for Hypers. No way, right? Oh,
no.
Headshot. Time to reload. Hypers are still in it. He doesn't know where his opponent is, and he has the spike in 1 minute to work with. Triux has a Marshall. This is doable for 1-2-3 Tap.
It is very doable, and if anyone was going to pull it off, Hypers, we've already sung his praises time and time again, and all he has to do is wait. He's selling this fate that he essentially could be rotating away, and with Triux not having a lot of control of the rotations, both teams just playing time as they wait. Hypers, though, 30 seconds left on the clock and needs to get the spike down now.
Ooh, if that headshot would have connected from Triux, I'd be bowing to him and making him my god. But no, that wasn't the case. It was 1-2-3 Tap to clutch this out. And now notice, Hypers, he was in a 1v3, and he had 4 bullets in that scenario against Peggy. The trigger discipline to not go for the reload there. Oh man, that was impressive. And that puts 1-2-3 Tap on the board.
There's a reason why we sing Hyper's praises, right? Because he is such an individual talent, and he's proved it there. A 1 versus 3, and he converts it. And to us, he makes it look easy. That's the beautiful thing about watching Hyper's play. But of course, that, as you mentioned, will be that first round on the board. And now, can they capitalize on it as Hypers finds yet another?
Oh man. Stop it, Hypers. Stop it,
No.
Hypers. It's unfair.
He's
They've got
smurfing.
children. Do they? I don't think they do. But,
Probably
you know,
not.
well, you never know. But they definitely have lives, and he's taking them away.
Enemy remaining.
And the rest of his team will help him out in that endeavor. Peggy might as well be called Beggy, because he's begging for his life right now. 27 points of health. They know where he is. Shock darts being thrown out left and right at him, but it's Ewan to close his life. 2-2, the equalizer has been found.
Well, 1-2-3 tap. Now they're in a scary situation because, of course, they've got a long-term economy built up. Hypers are on a completely another level once again, and, well, the economy for John Howard not at all in a stable state, right? It's just going to be, upgraded pistols coming into this next round. Sheriff's mate, a frenzy being picked up, and Luke might opt for one more in support, but it's not going to be the easiest. Hence why we are seeing this gamble stack over towards A. But we've seen 1-2-3 tap already perfectly avoid gamble stacks.
Blaze-storm drawn from Luke. Slow approach from 1-2-3 tap. They're just wondering. Is Luke going to aggress with the blades? There's no reason for them to push. The B side is open, therefore they could just walk right into it, but information hasn't been relayed onto them yet. Our drawing, though, will do just that. Nothing found. The coast is clear. Let's go, guys. Keep it going.
They just send it in. I mean, that's what the perfect thing to do, right? Aldred is good for that information play, and of course allow to sort of get a brief understanding of how they're set up, and well, they'll be understanding that there is no setup over towards that B site momentarily, as the spike is ever so slowly rotating over.
The audio cue has been given away from that orb retrieval. Talking about orbs, slow orb has been drawn by Ewan. Xander, he's looking for this. Now, you've got a couple of players from 1-2-3 tap locked in place. That could get punished, and it could be a weapon retrieval from John Howard. Now, their task is to get them, but that wall is perfect. Never mind. The coast is clear for them. Their backline is going to get challenged. They can just limit to where John Howard can push from one direction, funnel them into one location, and Benjo is there to receive them. Excellently done by 1-2-3 tap. They couldn't have done it better, to be honest. And it's a clean-up job for Benjo. Might as well call in the janitors, because it's just a simple spick and span clean-up. 3-2 as 1-2-3 tap gained the lead.
Yeah, that's so well played from 1-2-3 tap, right? I mean, early doors, they understood that there was definitely potential for somewhat of a gamble stack coming out, so they just slowed down that tempo. That's I think that 1-2-3 tap do excellently. They're very good at just making those rapid changes of tempo, and well, I say with it, they slowed it down, went for the information. Once they figured out that, hang on a second, that B site's looking a little bit vulnerable, then it was all about just exploding onto the site, getting the spike down, setting up the post-bomb positions, and well, the rotating player just being one by one picked off.
Benjo. Information onto one. Or to block the entrance, although doesn't quite know where, if and whether there is a second player in that location. Hypers, he's bringing out the big gun of black operator now at his hands. And the A site can just be pushed from. Now, John Howard hesitating to go for the full-on wrap behind. And rightfully so, seeing the Vipers nestled into their own spawn. Taking their time, make sure that the utility has been already expended. But Triux, that's going to be a life traded. A-site entry to be given. Peggy can't do too much about that. That's going to be very favorable for 1-2-3 tap. Resurrection comes forth. So will the spike plant. And 1-2-3 tap, they're on a highway to victory on this round.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Luke just left to try and keep hold of what he got. Of course, that operator, an expensive investment, so understandably so. Just go and join forces with DM God over towards that B site as they hope to keep hold of what they've got. But 1-2-3 tap, they're going hunting. I don't blame them at all. They've already built up a stable enough long-term economy that they can afford to lose a couple of rifles. So go hunting, go and drop them and leave them in that dire state that we've spoken about already. 1-2-3 tap, it's going to be 4 on the board and a 2-round advantage being built up now.
Ooh. Bit of a pixel play to go ahead there from Luke, and the swing, not so fruitful. 2 players fall. 1 left now. DM God, he salvages the Vandal, but I'm sure that's not what they wanted from that scenario. 1-2-3 tap, they managed to break their way through the defense of their opposing side. They're able to capitalize it on nicely, living only 1 remainer. What's that word I'm looking for?
What are
one man remaining.
There we go. Got there in the end. English,
brain
right?
freeze for a second there.
Well, we're on Icebox, perfect place for it.
Ooh, true.
Revealing area.
Now let's see what John Howard can do with this microaggression. Peggy works out for him. 2 sheriff shots go underway. You'd have thought that the M-God would have been the impact player in this position, but no. It's Peggy. He finds first contact, he doubles it up, and now Benjo, there's nothing he can do. He's overwhelmed on all angles. Now Ewan, he's got distance in his favor. 1 found, 3 left. First steps heard, spray down, but it's the Triox's might. That is his finishing blow. 3-4, John Howard, they close the gap.
Yeah, ever so slightly chipping away. That's much better play there from John Howard. They just played, as we spoke about, as a team. Something that they seem to have, at times, struggled to do so. But they've managed to make that one work. A 3rd on the board, and of course, now that much more stable economy. We're seeing, of course, the rifles come out. No operator this time, but B-Magic will opt for the Guardian. And I have seen a few players be unbelievably cracked with a Guardian. So I'm personally not a fan, but I haven't got the aim to support it. But he could be the one to do it. But Triox drops the Vipers. Well, the Vipers pair now just trying to lock out the site.
It seems like Hypers just doesn't care.
I love it.
B-Magic's position now has been telegraphed. Aldrone looking to retrieve him. Triox just stepping through nails. He's just like trying to keep himself alive with bullets flying in left and right, giving out a snake bite to deny the rotation, but this becomes really difficult. But Triox finally is able to find one. Luke doubles it up. Fizz is able to reply in kind, and so is Ewan. Fizz looks to join the fray, but apart from that, it's the Viper Spear being exchanged here. They managed to wait for it to fall. They managed to wait for them to find the kill onto the Viper, and now this gives them chance to get the spike down. Lockdown, though, that's going to make things hairy.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Spike gets planted. Lockdown just trying to force them away, and they will actually manage to get away. And I think Peggy will understand this. No way. Stick it. Frozen fake.
Last player
Oh
standing.
dear. 1 bullet was required there. At least it's been diffused halfway. Will it be stuck? No bullets. And there you have it. Just like that, John Howard find the equalizer. That was sneaky, but it worked out. You know, use the lockdown and get the win.
Wow. That's not how I expected that one to play out, especially once they had set up those post-bomb positions, but I think they just ever so slightly misunderstood where they planted the spike. They were spraying just a little bit off to the right and allowed for essentially a bit of a scot-free defuse. 4th on the board, tied 4 apiece, and now this game gets very interesting. Of course, John Howard, they're looking for the reverse sweep here. This is the perfect way to get it started.
John Howard definitely look a lot more competitive this map. Oh, Duke, will he peek it again? And it's simple. Although Hypers was holding that line, he still has to fall in that situation. Now, Luke, he has to back off. He's got reinforcements with 10 points of health. He has to throw down his Cloudburst, give him cover, dash away. That's his life still kept. Xander, he aggresses onto the site. Now, they could get the wall down and get the Spike down, but John Howard do have the numbers. Spike just been touched down, but Benjo might have just bitten off more than he can chew. The M got aggressive. Fizz is able to trade 4 and 2, 1, 2, 3 tap. This is getting tougher by the second. Snakebite may be able to delay them slightly, but Fizz keeps the spray down going, anticipating another push to come underway from that position. But it looks like Luke, he's going on top. He's going for the vertical play, but it's B-Magic from the sidelines to bring the bullets onto his body. It's John Howard to regain the lead.
Yeah, what an excellently played round there. On that retake, all they needed to do, once again, was just play the trade game, and that's exactly what they did. And of course, their aim just that slightly better. 1 to 3 tap. Once they were caught in that transition off the back of the spike going down, they struggled to sort of set themselves up comfortably, and while in doing so, allow John Howard back in. The retake played perfectly in a 5th round gain. This game is becoming further and further more interesting. I'm interested to see how as well John Howard play it from now. Of course, they'll understand that they're in essentially this position of strength, but they need to keep the pressure on, especially on the defender side.
How do they do that? That's the big question. Not a lot of fake attempts have been given away from 1-2-3 tap so far. They've usually just gone for the full-on commit. Although they do leave key players around for in case of backstabs. Or to delay. Space for Hypers. Not to be contested yet. Owl drone, but it's Xanta to shine true with first blood. Now falls back. Hyper's got his back. Balls right in front of his crosshair. And now Triex wants to aggress. Fast to fall in his efforts. Benjo. He's got a good lineup here. He reigns supreme from above. And there's really nothing John Howard can do because they're just too far away. They're just going to go for the save, and 1-2-3 tap are able to convert.
And of course, now with the too many John Howard players, they're just going to play that early decision just to keep hold of the weapons they've already got. I mean, their economy would allow them to, if they want, try and extend over, but there's just no need, right? In a 2 versus 4, just keep hold of those 2 weapons. They're expensive investments alongside the utility that they've got at hand. There's no need to overextend. Keep your armor, keep your weapons ticking over, and of course, look to make it 6-5. But once we tap, tying up again, this is much more even than what we saw on Breeze.
Out of charges. Scanning ahead.
Even Steven, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, Luke doesn't want to go for the challenge. No needs. Quite an expensive investment, that operator. And it's a good thing they did save. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. The drop can be falling through from Luke. You know, so can DM God. So it's not like they cannot afford to buy up completely here. They still have a chance to run away with a 6. And I'm sure 1-2-3 tap will challenge. And looking at the setup, it looks like mid will be the next point of contest.
I like this mid aggression as well. If they can pull it off expertly, they get that control to split over towards the site. Regondar will come forth. Not going to spot anything for the time being, but no wall drops in towards Tono. Allows for the aggression and the peak coming round, but it's 1-2-3 to find the opening 2 kills and the chat trade.
I mean, the information about Hypers is quick dash over the events there was relayed over to Hypers. But, you know, not quite able to make it happen, you know. Picked up the Sage kill, touching the bomb. Damage. Spray down. Oh, that's just too simple. That was just gifted. John Howard not really putting too much effort in finding the kills. Instead, they wanted to keep them busy, make them panic, but that doesn't happen. 1-2-3 tap, keep their cool, and collectively win this round.
6-5. Much more even than what we saw in map number 1, right? That was a completely one-sided affair, but this is exactly what we knew John Howard could bring to the table. They just needed, honestly, that reset that we spoke about, and of course, that just turn up in terms of confidence. They weren't playing with the confidence that we knew they could bring, but now they're looking a lot better. We're heading, of course, into the final round of the half. They're looking to tie it up 6-6, but 1-2-3 tap, they do have the slight weaponry advantage.
A lot of ODQs given away here. Being Magic. Blinds. Hunter's Fury denying the entry. Ooh, that's some damage found. 2 tags, I believe, on 2 different players. Ooh, Luke. Not quite able to win out on those occasions. Neither will DM God. Fizz wins both of his trades. And 1-2-3 tap increasingly look more in favor to win this round. One by one, they extinguish them. Trix is more of the say in the matter. Spray down to their back, they convert. But now, limited to 1 point of health when it comes to that Viper's Pit. Could be simple cleanup. Hypers holds it with an operator. Looks like Peggy. He wants the high ground. Touched. Still finds it within the realm of possibility. That's going to give a lot of information. Or is it the quick shot? Oh dear, so close, Ewan. They know now, but it could be too late. Viper's Pit, that's perfect, touches it. Easy tap for Ian. And just like that, it is a 7-5 scoreline in favor 1-2-3 tap at halftime.
That was so well played from Ewan. He just needed to play time ever so slightly, and no, that's exactly what happens. 1-2-3 tap, a 7th on the board, and what an exciting half to get started into map number 2. After map number 1 being so one-sided, let's say, we asked for a little bit more of an even affair, and this is exactly what we've got. Excellent so far. As a 1-2-3 tap, they do lead 7-5, but this pistol round becomes even more important.
Oh man, with 1-2-3 tap having the momentum, John Howard need to be scared here. They're down a map. They cannot afford too many mistakes. And this attack is where they need to come back from. Now, they did dedicate the Killjoy pick for their defensive endeavors. Now she'll just have to count as a lurker while the rest of the team does aggress onward. Santa yet to show his mark. Now he does, and he runs away with a kill to safety. It is the advantage for 1-2-3 tap when it comes to the numbers, but the spike plant goes down.
That's the priority, right? Spike down, wall put up as well, and the cell field coming in from B Magic. Now they can set up. Well, they do have a slight disadvantage. All they have to do is play this trade game to their favor, and they could net themselves something comfortable here. But Hypers finds yet another, and the Sheriff only able to deliver one for the time being, running out of ammo. The trade comes in immediately. What a retake. 1-2-3 tap, just aggressive to the max.
Full on aggressive, and I like that from 1-2-3 tap. You kind of need to switch up the pace like that and catch your opponents off guard, especially when you know that there are nano shells there and ready. When the nano swarm is there, especially when it comes to that last second, you cannot delay it further. If they didn't connect with those kills, they'd be fighting for quite some time. Therefore, the limit it just limits them when it comes to the defuse. But they won on all of their trades, surprised their opponents, and it didn't even come down to that.
And of course, with 1-2-3 tap picking up this pistol round, it means that they get an ever so slightly better buy. But saying this, and I just don't know, they're really capitalizing too much here. Oh, we obviously see the double spectre come out, Sport to buy a Marshall, and there's a third 2 support. So 1-2-3 tap, they go in for a slightly aggressive peek, but look at the information you can get here.
Ooh, imagine if he pulled the trigger and lined up 2. Instead, he'll greet it with a bullet to the head. It is Benjo to square things up, though. And now John Howard needs to back out of it. They've left mid, but they do pick up again. As Hypers does make noise picking up the weapon, they do stick around together. Now they are acting like a unit. John Howard not taking any chances here. And in a deathball format, they may want to head towards the B side. Now 1-2-3 tap, they've allocated their sources, their resources more, towards each side of the map. Now, split up, polarized. Xander, he just told them, hi, I'm here. Pay attention to me. And this is going to buy them some time.
Yeah, the tempo really slowed down though, right? And now they're starting to ever so slightly push their way forward, all collected as well. Allowing them to make a decision, and this decision is going to be the B sides.
And you can see that Reyna is already making her way to the back side of B, now entering kitchen. So low. Oh, man. Slaughterhouse. And it's only down to Benjo. He's walled off. 13 seconds remaining, but the spike will go down either way. How will Benjo approach this? 3 fully health members of John Howard. Their patience has been everything they needed so far this round. And they will be patient once more, giving nothing to Benjo, forcing him out of position, forcing him to take this trade. An unfavorable trade at that, and it puts John Howard on the board at the second half.
Well, 8-6, they're still just keeping within an arm's reach, right? And that's the priority they need. And of course, off the back of that, it does leave 1-2-3 tap in a bit of a weird situation in terms of their own economy. Now, they could go for a force into this the same way John Howard brought into that previous round, but at the same time, it's risky, right? Very risky in terms of losing that breaks their economy and essentially allows John Howard not only to tie things up, but maybe even pull ahead.
Quick reaction there from Fizz. The toxic screen won't be acting as a safety net for him to back away from that very troublesome position. John Howard, they slow down the pace, but it has worked out for them so far. Can't disagree with something that works. Maybe frustrating for 1-2-3 tap, but Benjo, in his frustration, draws out the classic and wins against the full-on Vandal.
We love
That's
to
a
see
statement
it.
if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that is not expected to say the least. And of course now, 1-2-3 tap, when they've got a man advantage on the defender side, just play trade game. Take a step back and just wait for the aggression to come in and hope that the trades work in your favor.
Now the aggression will come in Neo, but they're heading towards Kitchen, and that's an uncharted territory for a 1-2-3 tap. The backline could be challenged on either side of the spectrum, and it seems it's going to be A. If they head towards stairs and heaven,
No,
that's 2 free picks. This is more than brilliant. They actually run away with a kill. That is perfect. Oh my word. They got play like a fiddle. One left on the site, but it's planted on the other side of the silo. Peggy delivers on that end. But it's John Howard having the advantage. It seems like they've been rejuvenized on this attacking side. Very nicely done and playing around the map perfectly. Fizz, what do you do here? Apart from, yes, your shots, nothing. And so will Hypers meet the same fate. 7-8, John Howard, they're close to finding the closer.
Yeah, and of course, with 1-2-3 tap going for that quite expensive investment, they're going to be able to, off the back of their kills, net themselves a decent one coming in here. I've seen the Vandals, Phantoms come out, half armor in some cases, but you know they can make it work. And they need to make it work, especially with John Howard breathing down their necks now, right? They're one round behind, tying this one up, and long-term economy-wise, in a much more stable state.
Poison Cloud, giving them space. They're actually going aggressive this time around, switching things up. War perhaps. There it comes. Benjo challenged by 2 players from a position that you'd never really expect. Freebie of a kill. But where do they take their advantage? Making a lot of noise in the process. They give away from their mid push. That was a territory they retreat, but now are letting go. Interesting strategy though. But the important prospect of what they're doing right now is keeping their opponents in the dark, starving them from information, so they can go for the advantage play towards the favorable side of the map.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. They're ever so slowly going for information plays, and John Howard, now with the Aldrin in hand, they'll understand that, especially in those close angles, there's no one there.
Xander is now. First steps on the left side. Xander, his position will be checked, quickly collected. But the trade did come in. They know exactly where Hypers is hiding out, and he doesn't have a dash to run away to safety. Holds a spray, Hypers! Excuse me? He could have salvaged this round for 1-2-3 tap. Spike to be planted. Be magic. If it gets the kill into Fizz, he will have Resurrection available, but no. Backs away. Spray down. DM COD not quite able to deliver on that regard. Ewan, he closes things out. 2 kills collected in a very quick succession, and it's 8-7, now brought back to 9-7, giving them a 2-round lead.
Yeah, that's a lovely double there from Ewan. First playing with the Phoenix and finding multi-kills, and now doing it with the Sage. I love when a battle Sage works out perfectly, and that's exactly what we saw with Hypers. Excellent, and just netting himself a double, leaving Ewan in an opportunity to find something. And that reactionary shot is just superb. 9-7. They once again take that 2-round buffer. But at the same time, I always think a 2-round lead is a very tentative one, right? I think it just adds a little bit of pressure. And all it takes is one slight slip off and, well, that's it. Done and dusted.
And especially seeing that 1-2-3 tap aren't doing too swell when it comes to the money.
Yeah.
Not the best. But, you know, way better than losing that round, you know? Way better than conceding it. Could have been the equalizer, you know, 8-8. This at least gives them some breathing space, but for how long? B-site challenged. 4-man strong. Team God lurking yet again. Benjo in close proximity to that mid position. He's going to be challenged. It's Hypers with a blade. Ooh, Sheriff not fruitful. Resurrection coming in as well. It's as if they haven't lost anyone to begin with. For 1-3 tap though, that is not the case. Difficult scenario. Fizz needs to back away, not spotted. Snake bite. Followed up by a second. Delays a push, 40 seconds remaining. Okay, he's brought it down to the wire. This is tough for John Howard. Well, excuse me, this is tough for 1-2-3 tap.
30 seconds.
Because John Howard is going right onto them. One after the other, they fall. It's the B side they're going for. And there's 2 left. These trades from Ewan, they need to be great.
Spamming through as well, trying to find a denial of the spike going down, but it's not going to be able to go as with Ewan being dropped, Xander follows suit immediately, and John Howard flawlessly find themselves an 8th on the board, and once again, now only 1 round behind.
Not trailing too far behind, are they?
They're getting close. They're getting very close. And I mentioned that a 2-round lead is a tentative one, you know, especially if the economy doesn't follow suit. And that's what we saw, right? 1-3 tap, they were left with, despite winning the round, not the most stable economic situation. So they came in with a bit of a half buy, and they weren't able to convert it, or anything for that matter.
Now John Howard back to the safe approach of this attack. Sometimes it gets frustrating, right? For 1-2-3 tap. Hey, no information. I want to get playing. I want to get shooting. And it just seems that 1-2-3 tap perform best when they have control of the tempo. Now, even on the attack side, their tempo kept on being shut down by John Howard with utility or either with aggressive positioning. And now on defense, it just gets that much more difficult. Now drone. Not only does he get to know of his position's locations, he also retrieves info on, well, information is retrieved upon him. They do aggress forwards though, so that might not be what matters. It's walled off just in time as well. But Hypers, there's a gap through it. He gets 2 kills. Somehow does not interrupt the spike plant. But he puts 1-2-3 tap in a very favorable position. Hypers goes for the swing. B Magic returns. How does he control this? 3 kills for B Magic. Make that 4. Only 1 left on his Fizz. Spray down from afar. Bulldog a hand switches up to a Vandal. Goes for the swing. Both of them are there. Peekaboo, goodbye. John Howard, they equalize.
Yeah, they needed something special there in 1 versus 2, and this time they weren't able to clutch it out. John Howard are doing an excellent job of just grinding out these rounds. And of course, off the back of that, grinding these kills. I mean, that's brilliant. B Magic of a quad just to give the opportunity for John Howard to tie things up 9 apiece. And X, this game is going down to the wire.
I'm not surprised there's a timeout, to be honest, Neo.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That is pressuring. Now, seeing map number 1 go down in the fashion that it did, 13-2, and then seeing such a nail-bitingly close endeavor, it's something I'd never believe.
Yeah, this one is much closer than what we saw in Breeze, right? And I think maybe it just shows a little bit of a lack in, maybe map pool depth, right? When it comes to John Howard, they seem to be very, very comfortable and content on Icebox, a map which in itself isn't as popular as some of the others, but they're showing very, very good play. And they were a shadow of what they should be on Breeze. Now coming to Icebox, look well and truly in control, and the way they're playing, they have a real opportunity now to see this one out. Pushes all the way to map number 3.
DM God might not have the best of impact when it comes to kills, but I think that Killjoy, when you're talking about a game of inches, when you're talking about a game that is so nail-bitingly close, an agent pick can be the difference maker, like Killjoy right now. Like, on the defense,
it's information, isn't it?
And right
Yeah,
now,
the
1, 2, 3
information
tap,
alone.
they don't have that.
Not at all. That's the difference maker, maybe.
One down.
But it seems like John Howard is permitting their opponents to just walk right into their crosshairs. And 1, 2, 3 tap.
Spike
They need
down.
something special.
Attacker
We've seen
spawn.
Benjo pop off with that Sheriff multiple times. In multiple occasions, but he'll only be gifted one. Other than that, John Howard should clean it up. 1, 2, 3 that. They just want this round over with. They're just in really tight positions. Now, Ewan, he got picked off with 3 players picking up on the same angle. And now, you know, with 45 seconds remaining, they just said, all right, let's go in, or whatever. I know that they don't want to give away any of their kills, therefore they are being careful. They don't want to give away any more rifles, but with Xander being the last remaining player, it is John Howard being the first team to hit double digits.
And that double-digit mark, especially when you're looking for the all-elusive 13, is the perfect place to get you started. And I think it makes such a difference in terms of momentum. And this has been absolutely stunning so far from John Howard, especially when we have to mention, but the comparison towards Breeze, right? I mean, they were nothing on Breeze, but coming into Icebox, this has been spectacular. And John Howard, the way they're playing now, a prime opportunity to not only close out this map, but take a good chunk of momentum heading into map number 3 if we get there.
Well, it seems like it is definitely a possibility.
Spike down mid.
With the 1, 2, 3 bouncing right back up here. Ewan whiffs out, but it's Hypers to retrieve Triox in the end. But did it come too late? Luke has already crossed Hypers. He's being challenged. Spray down. Oh, that's tough. Bladestorm right click. Falls back from it as he misses out on most of those nades. Blades, not nades. But still. It is a close endeavor. The spike shot Luke needs to retrieve. Peggy from afar. Beers and reinforcements. Cloudburst dropped, and that gives him space to walk around. He's got space to go where he wants. 50 seconds, though.
Enemy tagged.
Benjo will make sure he's got all the information available. Oh, man, this is huge.
Uh-oh.
Hunter's Fury too wide on the second shot. Peggy does find the kill onto Fizz, going too aggressive. John Howard, they're on the verge of closing this out. Benjo, he needs to be the difference maker. He needs to salvage this round for his team. Well, this could be too little, too late.
Yeah, they used the updraft as well to just escape the Hunter's Fury. Actually used to essentially rain Benjo's ultimate completely useless. He got a small amount of information, but to no avail when he plays 1 vs 2 perfectly. Has the information on the first, but
no.
spotted out by the recon bolt. It's all about timing, but from behind, Luke delivers the ceiling blow as an 11th is put on the board for John Howard, and they're getting close now. This game, we meant just going down to the wire, but John Howard, they're starting to bridge a gap, and it's a notable gap at that.
He had his attention turned towards first Ali and never checked yellow. Ah, that is a pain to witness. Because to be fair, 1, 2, 3 tap had a solid chance there. It just crumbled when Ewan wasn't quite able to connect his shots on the cross towards mid. After that, it all unraveled in favor of John Howard. So much pressure onto them, because this could put John Howard on map points, especially considering the weaker weaponry coming out from 1, 2, 3 tap. Now again, they adopt aggressive positions. And John Howard, they know they don't have to go aggressive here. They know they have the advantage. They can press tab and see what credits this team has started on this round. And it's just going to be a simple pickup, Neo. John Howard, they look strong and eager to close this map in their favor.
Last player standing.
And the way things are playing out, I think it's going to follow in exactly that suit. It's all down to one as, well, Ewan, we speak about needing something special, and, you know, individual brilliance. What, a 1 vs 5, that's exactly what 1, 2, 3 tap need if they want any chance of denying a 12th round on the board for John Howard. Will find himself one as he makes his way slowly, tentatively over towards the site. Vipers, or Snake by my say, will do a little bit of damage, slowing him down with the Sage Orb as well. He's so many angles to clear, and what seems like not enough time. As down he goes. 12 on the board. They're right on the brain cakes for here. And then map number 3 comes about. John Howard, they could go in with momentum heavily in their sails.
And you know, 1, 2, 3 tap. They knew that was a filler round. They knew that most likely that would be retrieved by John Howard, and they'd be faced up against a 12-9 scoreline. They knew it. I guess they would have wanted extra damage. I guess they would have wanted extra kills, maybe to feel more comfortable. But this is their now or never point. This is where John Howard can cross that finish line, or let's say checkpoint, because there's one more map remaining if they do just that.
Exactly that, and I'm looking forward to seeing if that one plays out. 1, 2, 3 tap, they need something special to deny this. They want to push this to overtime, but so much pressure on their shoulders now.
John Howard again. Similarly seen before. Spread out. And are waiting to seek out this information. Peggy, quite a lot of information given. Both alleys clear. Yellow, partially checked. Did they adopt that position? No. Instead, they convert towards A. And Hyper's is there. This could be their chance. 1 kill found. Does it get pre-fired by another? Resurrection. That's a distraction. 1 kill goes away, but B-Magic, he had to trade his life for Xander. They don't check this position. Spike, that's what they need. A 2nd kill goes his way. Lear? DM God closes out his life, but maybe that's all she wrote. So lockdown to be dropped. But they want to make sure that this is where they want to approach. This is where there will be their final decision. Do they check their left position? They do, and that is where Benjo falls. 2 on 2. Alarm bot, but it's you and Fizz both lining up their shots together, having a crossfire set up, giving 1, 2, 3 tap another chance to close things out.
Yeah, Lifeline has been branched out now for 1, 2, 3 tap. They've hit that double-digit mark, and of course, now off the back of it, they need to keep this consistency up. The main point of call that seems to be the difference maker for 1, 2, 3 tap is finding that opening kill. Once they net themselves a man advantage, that's when things ever so slowly start to fall in place for 1, 2, 3 tap. And of course, exactly what we saw there. Hypers operates in hand, nets the opener kill and the second off the back of it. And well, from then on, it was 1, 2, 3 tap just playing the trade game, which they did brilliantly.
They did indeed. But those rounds don't get handed over that quickly, do they? You can't really repeat that mistake multiple times. Now, lockdown. The reason it wasn't expended that last time around, it was to be used right here, right now. Free A site take, 1, 2, 3 tap. Their only way of closing these out here is by winning against a 4-5-man stack. A Viper's Pit, a Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm. How can they do it? Trades already commenced. 1, 2, 3 tap on the back foot. Ewan aggressive, headshot down, doubles it up. Nearly the spray down to a 1-on-1, and the Viper's Pit has been extinguished.
Now is the time.
It is a time, Neo. This is where B-Magic needs to step it up for his team. He has no idea where his opponent is. Spike dropped. Oh, DA's gonna walk right into him? Question mark?
Oh my god.
The wall drops. Who spots out food first? And it's Xander! 1, 2, 3 tap! Oh, they did it against 3 ultimates and 5 players. 11 to 12, another breathing chance.
I've never held my breath that long in that 1 versus 1. It was down to the wire and they just evaded each other. This was stunning from Ewan as well. Finding those 3 kills and nearly even a quad as well. But Xander just able to clutch it out. We speak about clutch players. He did it on Breeze. He's done it once again here to keep the dream alive. For John Howard, fortunately for them, off the back of losing that, they will, of course, be able to pick up a 4-buy coming out. Full armor utility in support as their long-term economy was in such a stable state. But 1, 3 tap. This is the all-or-nothing round. Take this one, push on to overtime. Lose this, and we're going to map number 3.
Well, the good note for John Howard is that they didn't expend Hunter's Fury or Bladestorm in the end.
Very true.
Losing to a lockdown and a Viper's Pit. Now that is tough news. 1, 2, 3 tap. He should feel more comfortable after that, and that's exactly what happens for Hypers. He's got a Bladestorm. Empress available for them as well. Resurrection if it comes to it. They're not doing too bad when it comes to ultimates. Although nothing impact worthy when you're left all by yourself. That is where the difficulty gets brought in. Hypers, he can smell that there's something going on here. He can smell there's a push brewing, and still is comfortable enough to pull the trigger for another cloud burst. Space, quick shot there, but no. 1 to 3 tap. They're ahead in numbers, and John Howard, they're limited to the back alley. They're going to double back on their position, but how do they come up ahead?
The sound cue. Ben just heard it.
They know.
Oh, Hypers through the smoke. He loves it.
He absolutely does. Now the Blade Storm has been activated from Luke. He needs to come out absolutely huge. Limited time. One shot comes out. Spike to get planted. Well, the shock darts, it's everything. The spike has been planted, but Luke, not too quick, not too great. It's Benjo to put bullets straight through his heart. And 1, 2, 3 tap. They take us to overtime on map number 2.
What a map. This has not disappointed at all. To open us up on the stream in map number 2, and we're going to overtime. And I think the way these two teams have stepped into Icebox, overtime is thoroughly deserved, because this has been a round-for-round affair with no one of the sides just being that little bit better. And I think heading into OT, well, who's going to be the one to make the difference? 1 to 3 tap, they've come alive in these sort of last few rounds of regulation, but can they carry on that momentum into OT?
Can they indeed? Oh man, my heart is racing from those previous few rounds.
I am with you. I held my breath for about 45 seconds.
Are you still good there, man? Have you
Yeah,
gone
I forgot to breathe. I just forgot to breathe. It wasn't my priority in that situation.
Oh, whose priority would it be? This game is not disappointing at all, is it?
It's been a stunner so far, and look at the aggression. They're already trying to make their way over towards A. The utility being used, and they're clearing so many of these angles.
They are. Although John Howard is gifting them this opportunity, allowing them to get the spike down. They're happy to go for the retake, awaiting for their jet to arrive as well. No trades have come forth. It's just been a give and no take yet so far for John Howard, but this is where they start to pull things back. This is where they demand space. This is where they demand respect. Now Xander, will he give it to him? Luke just closes out his opponent. He closes out his jets. Counterpart. A quick push from Xander. Stops the defuse. Do they hold? Snakebite. That's going to be really difficult for Luke to defuse. Upper in the sky. One shot, one kill, but it's Benja close things out. Shock dart, they need to break the wall, 25 HP, and that is where Triux falls. 1, 2, 3 tap, expertly played on the post plant, and they do get themselves ahead at overtime.
Match point.
They take an opportunity to seal this one out, and what a way to do it as well. We speak about utility usage in a post-plant situation. Well, that's exactly what we saw there. 1, 2, 3 tap, that was expertly played, and of course, John Howard, they had so many opportunities to just see out this map and, you know, push on to map number 3. And, well, now it's actually 1, 2, 3 tap who have the opportunity, the lifeline, to take this series 2-0.
Oh, Neo. Oh, Neo. Is that the reverse sweep on this map?
Honestly.
Is this the comeback? My voice is squeaking. My voice knows.
No charges left.
And looks like Hypers also knows where they're coming from, but Luke shuts him down. It's not over yet. Not at all. They're heading towards the B site. Now 1, 2, 3 tap. How do they convert, Neo?
Yeah, they need to just find their way back in for this retake. The utility's coming down, tapping away. Triux not able to deliver that killing blow. As in this 4-on-4. Spike's still yet to go down, but look at this position. Oh, Ewan gonna make all the difference. He's gonna find the kill. Down he goes, and of course, with the Spike still yet to go down. The rotate has been called through.
Last player standing.
Oh my word, Fizz, he stepped up. They're still alive. It's all down to Luke. 40 seconds in a dream. And that dream is a mere nightmare. 1, 2, 3 tap. They've done it. And what a game has this been. What a series has this been. Oh my word, Neo.
Wow. That's all I can say. Wow. What a performance. I mean, from start to finish, these two sides were so evenly matched in map number 2, and well, I definitely had no ability to call who was going to take it, but for 1-2-3 Tap from the death, pull this one back, and in overtime, take both of the overtime rounds in their favor, take a 2-0 series. I mean, what a performance.
Enemy remaining.
That is stunning.
Down A.
Wow. And John Howard, I mean, props to them. The second map looked a lot better than the first. They managed to warm up in time. But that should have theirs. That should have been theirs.
It should have been.
They've been on map point for a long time. But 1-2-3 Tap,
Honestly.
not only do they take them to overtime, but they win in OT as well.
Exactly. And you know what? It's credit to the resilience of 1-2 Tap, right? They were down in the dumps. I mean, momentum definitely not in their favor. Rounds just weren't kind of falling in place for them. They were just being caught off guard every time. But they did not give up. I mean, that's credit where credit is due, because they kept on fighting, and of course, deservedly so, because they've taken the series 2-0, pushed it to overtime to flawlessly seal it out. I mean, that is just stunning. And of course, moving forward in the RixGG August Open, I mean, they're a side we're going to have to keep an eye on now.
They absolutely have to be, right? Moving into the quarterfinals now. They have an opportunity to go even further. I do expect them as for sure to be one of the semi-finalists in this tournament.
Agreed.
That is sort of my go-to sort of prediction when it comes to them. They definitely have a chance to be the finalists, and they also have strong capabilities of actually being the victors of this entire tournament, but they're not yet there. Right, they've got a few more games to play, a few more series to get there, and I hope to see them in their journey during this weekend a little bit more. But Neo, I think it's time for a break, right? I think it's time before we sort of rest our voices a bit, rest our nerves, and let those BPMs go down a bit, because right now I feel like my heart is going to just shoot out of my chest. But apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking around. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back for more action on the quarterfinals.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars.
The new RixGG merch is looking spick and span, Neo. Like, it just looks
spicy.
perfect, honestly. Like, if you guys want to check them out, go ahead and do just that. You support the Orc, you support us, you support everyone involved in RixGG by buying them. They just look impressive. I really like them. I don't mind myself if I go get me one in that regard. But
There's t-shirts, the box ones.
amazing.
Lovely
Amazing.
stuff, yeah.
But apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RixGG August Open from Valorant. Now, we saw one best of 3 head over already, one best of 3 concluded, and it was a round of 16. Now, entering the quarterfinals, Neo, competition is getting tight. Not to say that the previous matchup wasn't very close, but, you know, things are getting more exciting now.
Yeah, I mean, we've already got the big hitters, right, starting to come out. And we see the bracket up on your screen. We, of course, will be just about to watch Goose House versus Mixed Energy. Coming into this, I hadn't really heard too much about Mixed Energy, but then we took a look at the roster, and I think you agree with me, X. That roster is stacked.
Stacked is an understatement. Now, I might be fanboying again because time is in the roster, but no, every single one of these players have got massive potential, right? You've got Monstrum, you've got Misfit and Matty, and Waddle as well. So it's sort of a mixed roster. It's like most players are from the UK, of course, but it is Taimu that is from Finland and Matty from Denmark in that regard. So they sort of tried and brought some strengths together, try and make something work. I know a few of these teams have tried to break through to pro play and are very, very talented, really, in that regard. So I'm pretty interested to see, as a squad, how they can blend together and what their chances are of actually taking this tournament home. I remember last time around when Taimu had an attempt to play together with the Monstrum. I believe they were in the same team at the same time. And they didn't quite make it through. They didn't quite make it very far either. So I'm interested to see if this is their chance.
I think the big problem with mixed teams is that they do sort of lack in that team kind of synergy coming out, right? And because they're unable to really have that close calls coming together, really just play off each other's movements, kind of without even saying much, right? It's just sort of an innate knowledge. Once you've been playing the teams together, you understand how each other play. That they do struggle at times, but at the same time, when you see players that are so cracked, like some of these players in Mixed Energy, they can cause a problem. But the Goose House themselves, they've got a very, very strong roster. And of course, the maps, picks, and bans coming up on your screen. And this is where we start to build this narrative. And that narrative is starting with Icebox being banned, following by Bind.
Imagine if Icebox and Breeze were both banned out at the start. Said, "All right, you've seen those 2 maps. You'll see no more of that. You know, just let's switch things up completely." But it's nice to put Ascent into the mix. Ascent is a map where Time and Monstrum in the previous roster were absolutely mad on, and that is where we saw a lot of neat jet clips being brought out from the July Open. So looking forward to this one as well. Breeze being put into the mix 2nd time in a row. What is this now? We're being treated really well. And of course, as the decider, it will be split.
Yeah, I'm interested. A nice sort of variation of the maps we're seeing here. Ascent to get us started. My personal favourite map. I mean, that might be slightly controversial, but it is my personal favourite. I love going on to Ascent. Love playing it, and of course, love casting it as well. Then Breeze, you already mentioned, we've been treated once, and we'll get it again. And of course, it means our Hawaiian shirts come into use once again, and then split a new map if we get there. Now, we're not guaranteed a decider, but hopefully we will see it. Agent Selects now being decided, and it seems like it will be a relatively standard setup.
So far, it does seem like that is the case. Omen and Sky have both been selected on each end. Now, Sova, I'm expecting from the defense side. Of course, Taimu hasn't picked in Jet, but it's Monstrum to take that role. Taimu actually going for the Sova, switching things up. I think that might be a good note because he's a very momentum-based player. So once he gets momentum in his hands, he can completely throw off the entire enemy team single-handedly. But when he's off the track, maybe it's best to put him on a more setback agent that you can just hold off in that regard. But, you know, all across the board, it's pretty similar setup. Apart from the fact that the Sentinel of choice, and the controller of choice is switched up. It is Cypher on the Mixed Energy side and Killjoy on the Goose House's side. But also, something else that differs, we've got Raze instead of Chet.
Yeah, slightly different, but I do like that Raze coming out, right? I think Devo can just bring something different with the Rays out in play. But I'd have to say, Monstrum picking the Jet, I think, is probably a standard. From every time I've seen Monstrum, every single time I've cast him, he's only ever been Jet or Reyna. They're the only two agents I've seen, if I'm right in remembering. And, well, he's very good on both. A very aggressive player. And as you mentioned, since Timo is quite a momentum-heavy player, he can go through these periods of lax where there's not a lot happening for him. So just to have him take that step back, a little bit more passive, brings a difference. But round number 1 gets underway.
It does indeed, as Mixed Energy do have to get onto the defender's side. The Goose House initiating the attack from mid already, pushing right through. Time is the gatekeeper. Together, the Matty, can they hold it in a timely fashion quickly? Is straight out by a bunch of right clicks from those classics, heading right into the B site where they will find completely barren. Open to the taking, and where the spike will lie shortly.
They're trying to get it down. Waddle will manage to net himself one of his own. Still, Door blocking the entry for the time being. And of course, on top of that, just the waiting in towards B main. They need to make a decision here.
Okay. Good lineup. The decision is to go for it. They've really got nothing to lose.
No charges.
They need to perform further. Numbers equalized. Dark cover. Brought out Monstrum to emerge within it, and he's got reinforcements dash out. That gives him multiple angles to work around, multiple positions that the Goose House has to account for. There's only one left. It's Rex, and it's got a classic. Right click once, right click twice, and it's the Goose House to run away with round number 1.
Oh, what a start for the Goose House. Only with one remaining player, but that is how you get things started. And well, everyone right in saying as well, the Goose House, they've had a few changes to their roster. It's a little bit of a new setup, and this is their first official tournament with this new roster. Even right in saying, please feel free to correct me, but so far, what a perfect start. I mean, that's actually the opportune moment to get momentum in your favor. And of course, on this attacking side, now they'll follow suit with a much more comfortable bio. You can see more Spectres following, and a decent amount of utility and armor in support.
Already. TP on the deep cubby. Multiple from Mixed Energy are holding out on towards A. It's just a matter of time until they decide to peek through. I don't expect Paranoia to be available from round 2. Quite a big of investment, 400 credits. Not a small buy at all.
Sleep tight.
But the patience pays off for the Goo House. They run away with most of the kills, although Waddle still keeps his own life and his right clicks again. Given some kills left and right. Now, they have progressed into the site. 4 players strong as they do fall in a short fashion timing. Nothing else he can do about it as Kurt is able to find himself on the back line from Matty, and it's a 2-0 start for the Goose House.
The opportune start as well. What a way to start just chaining rounds in your favor, and of course momentum off the back of it. They're building up an economy, but of course coming into round number 3, it will just be a bonus round now. So for the Goose House, they're coming in with Spectres, you know, decent amount of armor and utility, but of course not the weapon advantage by any means, especially when you take a look over towards Mixed Energy. Vandals coming out, armor and support, and in this sense, maybe for the Goose House, the priority will be trying to just make things as expensive as possible.
Of course, that's they want to go for, but victory would be more fruitful for them at the end of the day. Running away with a round win, why not? Although they've given quite a lot of noise towards the side of the map, therefore Mixed Energy know exactly what's about to approach. B-site being given to them. They're happy to go for the retake. That's actually a free spike plant for the Goose House, and they'll take it.
Exactly, Spike gonna go down. Chanformer will be the one to get it down, and of course now the post plants just need to be set up. Mixed Energy, this retake's becoming tougher, especially with Peter finding one.
Ooh, and then he had to be challenged. Motion from an alternative angle, was able to deal with it. Now Kurt moving out of the shadows, able to pick up one, falling back to it. Finds a second shot, but it's never to assist them. Now down to 1. The Goose House are topsy-turvy this round. And Matty's position has completely been compromised. Kurt deals with him nicely, and it's a 3-0 start, dealing with him with just missed Spectres.
What a way to get it started well for the Goose House. Of course, you mentioned they were coming in with just essentially what you could call a bonus round, right? The Spectres from that previous round. What little sort of armor and utility they had brought across, but that is the answer they needed because they are well and truly starting ever so slightly to run away with this. Of course, Mixed Energy now round number 4, economy shattered, and well, things become a lot tougher for the defender side trying to lock things out. It will just be as much of a half-buy as they can muster up. You know, Sheriffs and a Bucky at most. But the Goose House looking great.
Crash Break initially, saving their lives in that regard. Transformer peeks out, simple pickings. Monstrum has fallen. Ooh, Waddle! Waddle waddles away and gets himself a kill in the process. Oh, make that 2. Why not 3? Waddle! You're making it look easy. And Simon on the other side could have made it another, but not quite. Peter, with the superior weapon, deals him nicely, but now the Seekers have just revealed their position. Our drone. They know both of them are there. It's a 2v2 onslaught, and the spike is in the command of Mixed Energy. Recon Dart destroyed. They fall back to the safety of Alley. They will allow the Goose House to slowly trickle in. Time to be expended as well, Neil. There's 35 seconds. How do the Goose House approach this? Because they need to take these fights.
No, they do, exactly. With 30 seconds left on the clock, there's, well, not a lot to work with. And well, for the time being, Waddle, he's holding a guiding light, but the Swamp Grenade will force them that little bit back. Allow them to push up without being swung. When it comes, beautiful flash, but Kurt finds a frag, but it's Waddle with an ace to his name to net a first one on the board for Mixed Energy. And what a way to turn this map number 1 around.
Oh, man. There's a song called Waddle Waddle Away. Waddle Waddle. Well, I think it was made after him.
Exactly, because he found all 5. Stuff. I mean, what a way to... Sometimes, you know, when things aren't quite going your way, all it takes is just a little bit of individual brilliance just to turn around on its head, and that's exactly what we saw. Waddle, that is spectacular.
Amazing stuff coming out. Although nothing has been gained from Trailblazer. Some information has been given. Lockdown enabled. The Goose House seems like they know what they want to go for. A-site take on the line. Dark Cover also produced, giving them so much space they can move in safely. Although there is a corner Mixed Energy want to trickle inwards from Spike to get planted, but here comes the cavalry. Waddle first to come in. He's the first man to lead the charge, looking to push through. Misfit, first one to put up the kill though, and now they need to pick up the rest. Waddle chimes in for another. He wants to join the fray, but Transformer needs to hold him off. Taimu brings out the alternate play. Hunter's Fury, that could be troublesome. Peter runs away with 2, and he finds information for a 3rd. Devo left in a difficult spot here between a hard place and a rock. Tries to spray down when a spike is being diffused, but I think it comes in too late. Mixed Energy run away with the defuse, run away with the win, and the Goose House are left from the outside looking in.
Yeah, of course, that's just how to start turning the tide here. It's all about chaining momentum together, and well, that's exactly what we're starting to see here from Mixed Energy. They're just chipping away at that deficit. And what was a really fantastic start for the Goose House, with those opening 3 rounds and, of course, building up that long-term economy, is the answer back from Mixed Energy. They're finding these gaps in the armor. And the Goose House, well, they're struggling now ever so slightly. But a full buy for both sides.
Mid-take again with dedication. Rex. That's presence known. Tripwire has been disabled, but this is where Mixed Energy turn their attention towards market. Waddle out and about. That's a double. 2 shots, 2 kills. He makes it look too easy. He's got the Seekers available for him now, and this gives away the information of the rest. But the job has been done. The Goose House are down to mere 3, and knowing exactly where they lie, Mixed Energy don't need to force their hand.
Waddle is an animal, like an actual animal. What is that? A cheekiest little flick there. However, Timo will find a little bit of damage done onto him, leaving him with 32 points of health as he just, for the time being, tries to remain alive. Peter has ever so slowly pushed his way up and just holding that pixel angle, but 35 seconds left on the clock, and the Goose House, they still need to make their way to a site.
They do indeed. Monstrum, though, falls down a good line. He's being challenged the second time, approached through the wall. This is where they found contact, and Mixed Energy will just greet them in that regard. Timey goes for the flank, but simultaneously, the Goose House finds two. Not impossible, but
10 seconds
there's no
left.
time left. What, do they go for B? Do they go for A? They don't have time for either.
They can't.
And there you have it.
You see this. Yeah, you see it from time to time, don't we? Especially when, you know, teams, they try to go for that late explosion on towards a site to try and guarantee a spike going down and then kind of haphazardly set up post plants. But, oh, for the Goose House, they just didn't have enough time. They left it too late. And, of course, mid-control was given up towards the attacking side, which normally is seen as a bad thing. But Mixed Energy, all they had to do was hold sight. And that's all they did. And they did it perfectly. Third round on the board. They've tied things up and... well, now potential to start running away with it a little bit.
Grand potential here. Equalizer brought out. Now, I'm a little bit troubled by a couple of decisions coming out from Mixed Energy.
Yeah?
You know, I know they had the advantage, and I know they wanted to go for the backstab to get those kills quicker than rather than later. But you know, when you don't have that trigger discipline, that's where the Goose House can find some extra advantage points, like break your economy in an easier fashion. And without having that discipline, it just gives the Goose House some extra winning conditions, you know. Hunter's Fury. Oh, tag onto 3. That's a lot of information relayed over. Tag onto a 4th, not too bad. No kills go their way, but thankfully enough for the Goose House. They can get to heal due to the sky. But other than that, they have to retreat and figure out another game plan because Mixed Energy know exactly where they are.
Exactly, they know the positions, and of course they know they've dealt some damage. So once again, mid-control giving up. Guarding Light just allowing them the entry in there, but Misfit holding and waiting. Given an opportunity, and he will most definitely take it.
Not until they walk in front of him. Transformer, dark cover towards mid, perhaps. Trailblazer, launch from Rex. After him, doggy. That's what he's shouting.
30 seconds left.
Hasn't quite spotted out anyone. That's troublesome. Lockdown, unleashed once more. But I think like Mixed Energy have telegraphed this. Look at their positioning. They've already rotated in. Showstopper brought out, but what can you find? Just one kill, so the Goose House do equalize. Converted by Rex, and all of a sudden, the Goose House have the advantage. Mixed Energy, they read the play, but they miss out on a grand opportunity. Taimu will delay, but can they finish it off from here? Waddle, the perfect player you want to have in this situation, and the man for the job. Wow. 3-on-3 to be converted to a 4-on-3 as Mixed Energy gained the lead.
That was just excellently played from Mixed Energy because they knew they didn't need to overextend. Taimo just tucks himself away deep into that corner, deep into that cubby, waits for the extension towards site. And of course, they were breaking onto site with 13 seconds left to play with. And that's not enough time to, first of all, clear all the angles and then get that spike down. And of course, while they do manage to do so, it gives the time to rotate through. And of course, as you mentioned, if anyone's going to be in a clutch situation, having Waddle there seems to bring a little bit of an area of confidence. And that's exactly what happened. Well played once again from Mixed Energy. They may have been a bit of a slow starter, but they are well and truly awake in the server now.
Ooh, good Trailblazer there. Delays them a little bit. Actually, I do believe it was shut down. That cover making the approach that much more difficult. Now, Mixed Energy, they're good with reacting to this. Already you can see players on hot pursuit, really, of this location. Now, what is troublesome is Taimu has already found himself towards B-Link. But it may be not troublesome because he's not going to get challenged from that location. He's not going to be punished. Mixed Energy, they've made the right play because the Goose House, they've completely dedicated all of their manpower towards this location. And Mushroom, one by one, will make sure that they're dealt with. Dashes away, but they close up the gap. They're getting a little bit aggressive. Neural Theft brought out. But I do believe the Goose House are just going to linger a little bit longer. The weaponry is less than favorable, and this attack is more than difficult.
Yeah, they're ever so slightly just pushing their way forward. For the Goose House to be left in this really tough position where the flankers come through. Taimo can just wait. He can just hold out the rotation and just pincer them in. We speak about making executions when time is not of the essence. Well, look at it now.
They know exactly where Taimu is, though, and unfortunately for him, he doesn't have any reinforcements. He's all by himself, therefore they're going to challenge him. Swing out, information relayed. Oh, that is perfect. Off angle for Taimu, and one by one they can shut them down. Rex left in a very lonely scenario, and Taimu, well, he's good enough to close out on them. A flawless round for Mixed Energy to pull up their momentum.
5-2-3, a 2-round lead now for Mixed Energy. And once again, do you know what? It's not even that Mixed Energy are playing, I mean, obviously they're playing fantastic, right? Especially Waddle on an individual level. 12-4 he currently sits on. But the biggest issues we're seeing is not even that. It's the Goose House. They're making these crucial errors where they're leaving themselves so exposed with so little time to work with. The executions are coming so late with, in that round, once again, pinted into an area with 25 seconds to work with. It makes things so difficult. And of course, well, Mixed Energy, they just expose that.
So many times you see Rex nestling himself into this corner towards mid. It's a very aggressive angle, but the dark cover permits him to push this far. Now, Tripwire right ahead. Needs to be wary of that. Devo also putting his hands towards this A site. Now Monstrum, he's the man for the job. Swing out, but Devo retrieves. Too aggressive for Monstrum, and it doesn't pay off.
Shadows traveling.
Ooh, a lot of trades going out left and right here as they do approach the A site, and now Waddle. Oh, nice cleanup. And it's down to one. Devo all by himself. And then both of them in close proximity, but it's timing to pick him up. And it's 6-3 on the board in favor of Mixed Energy.
And of course now, as they ever so slowly start to bridge this gap, which, of course, has to be said once again off the back of Waddle. I mean, he has just been a man possessed coming into map number 1. 14-5 he currently sits on. He is dwarfing every other person in the server so far on an individual level, and not even on a duelist, right? It's not even playing those hard entry roles that you normally see, a Jet or a Phoenix, Reyna, pull out in these sort of situations. I mean, what a performance so far. Waddle, an insane play, and of course, a 3-round lead now.
Substantial one as well.
Yeah.
It's down to the trades, Individual performances have been the name of the game. Now, the thing about Mixed Energy, they're filled with Mixed Energy. They're filled with talent from all over the place. And when one player isn't performing, you know the next one will. You know the next one will come on live onto the server. And that's exactly what's happening on all ends this time around. Timer and Waddle and Misfit, all of them chiming together to make a bath of kills. The Goose House, it's a bloodbath.
We love to see a little bit of BM there as well. They know they're loving life in the server right now. The confidence is showing in their gameplay. And, well, of course, in their celebrations too. It's been a stellar performance. And a stellar resurgence as well for Mixed Energy, because as we spoke about, they got off to that slow start. The Goose House pick up its opening 3 rounds and really had an opportunity to start a bit of a monstrous run, I guess you could say. But it was Mixed Energy with an ace off the back of Waddle that turned the tides, and now off the back of the rest of the team, they have come alive. This has been a showing for the ages so far.
Quick trade towards mid. The Goose House comes out on top. Again, hasn't really been the massive difference maker. Mixed Energy are so aggressive. They're taking the fight to Goose House, and it's just if they can't breathe.
That's the thing, right? When you're on the defender side, it's about taking the attack. Very uncomfortable, and that's what we're seeing here. Timer finds one, but the trade comes in immediately.
Is that worth it, though? Because Misfit now needs to deal with 2 ends, and those 2 ends are loose ends, which do give the Goose House an advantage that cannot be recovered by Mixed Energy right now. Got 2 players left, and comfortable economy, therefore I do believe they will want to go for this. But the lockdowns just make it that much harder. Cut is blown out. Matty holds around. This is doable. And the lockdown can be destroyed. And that's exactly what happens. They can get onto the site. Matty, rotation has come in behind him. And now Waddle's all by himself. Touches the spike. Oh, showstopper, that is it. No way. No way he survives that. And that's exactly what happens. The Goose House have another say in the matter.
Yeah, they just started. That's what we needed from the Goose House, right? They just needed that confidence that they didn't seem to be bringing after those opening 3 rounds. It sort of just fell away. They became a shadow of their former selves, but that's much better. Dictated their playstyle, had a game plan coming into it, and of course, that mid-round adjustment to allow them on towards the site left them in a favourable position, a 2 versus 1, and of course, 9 times out of 10 you expect them to convert, and that's exactly what happens. 4th on the board, Goose House have an opportunity to make the 7-5 half and just chip away a little bit more of that deficit.
Wonder if they can do just that. Mushroom now. By the guiding blight. Guiding blight? By the guiding light. Can't see too much. Though he sticks around, and this angle is just tough. Holds out, Hunter's Fury, they're blinded. But Mushroom comes away huge with a Blade Storm. Goes aggressive further, he doesn't care in the world. But the Goose House are able to shut him down. And this may give them some space to work with, but when Taimu has an Odin, is there really a way out? Can you really do anything about it?
Oh, brilliant. He is loving it. Absolutely loving it. The two dinks, by the way, through the walls. Just loving life. And, of course, it leaves it all onto one. Transformer, 1 versus 4 to try and attempt to put a 5th on the board. And I think you probably agree with me that this is maybe a bit of a shot in the dark.
I can just imagine Taimu, the Finnish man's grinning face.
Just laughing.
I can just imagine that, and it's lighting up in the room. I don't know. It's just...
It's brilliant.
It's just ridiculous. The Goose House is being toyed with right now. Although, you know, this disrespect at some point could turn out to bite them in the ass, but, you know...
exactly.
That's what the Goose House need to be able to do right now. Keep their nerves calm. Stay composed. But it's just been so tough, you know, when you've got individual performances like Taimu, like Matty, like Devo, like Waddle.
Yeah.
You can't really do anything about it, can you?
I mean, what do you do? It's just been stellar performances so far, and of course, Mixed Energy, they're making the most of it. They're playing very, very different Valorant to what you usually see. You know, as we spoke about earlier, they're hyper-aggressive, and I'm loving this hyper-aggressive on the defensive side, because it means that the Goose House aren't by any means allowed to set up any sort of playstyle. However, now they head onto their attacking side, I think it's just going to get even worse.
Oh, it might be, but the Goose House here, the issue is that now they're meant to defend. Earlier, they were like, wait, aren't we supposed to attack? That completely confused them. But now, their job is clear, you know, just pick up the kills. Paranoia, flash out, they push forward, they ignore Transformer, and that could be their downfall. There you go, 2 kills go his way, and the Goose House have by far the advantage. Now, Spike wants to get planted, but it's all down to Matty. He needs to come up huge, holds his ground, 3 players. It's just too tough, and for that reason, he has to fall.
A much better opening round there from the Goose House. They're now doing exactly what we asked them, having that game plan, and of course, Transformer in behind nets himself that opening double, which made all the difference. Once they picked up, of course, that man advantage, things just fell into place. All they had to do was play that trade game, and you got to feel for Matty, right? Just stuck on site there in a bit of a tough angle, not able to fall away, and, well, of course, it is going to be the Goose House. Picking up a 5th on the board, chipping away that deficit to now only 3 rounds, and of course, a much more comfortable buy to follow suit.
Oh, they'll love it. They'll have a lot more breathing space to work with now. Quite an unfavored position to be in after an 8-4 half.
Yeah, agreed.
But this can rebuild their confidence, can't it, Neo?
It's the hope, right? That's what you'd look for in this current situation, Rex. That's an aggressive peak. We'll get a bit of information and fall away, but it's Transformer who finds the opener. Now, once again, man advantage found. Just keep hold of it.
You know what, though? It doesn't seem like they want to push anytime soon. They want to make sure the Goose House make a mistake here because they don't have too much an advantage. They may have Guiding Light available, but apart from that, Monstrum doesn't have a Cloudburst to throw in and dash into. Therefore, they're going to have to make this Guiding Light work. Oh, that cover actually takes care of that. Doesn't even need his own Cloudburst. Very nicely done. Very well coordinated. They find they went to the site. Now, Matty, he's locked in a corner. That is very dangerous. Throws down the spike for Monstrum to retrieve. But this is where they need to be careful because this is where the kill's coming. You can already see Warden fallen. And Matty very, very low. Still very dangerous scenario for them, but at least they get some extra cash in their bag. Is it going to be good enough, though? I doubt it. The Goose House have got all players. Monstrum brings out a monstrous kill with a Sheriff. Do they hold on? Devo approaches little by little. Misfits position given away. Kurt is the one to close it out. Matty falls. Monstrum again receives. He finds 2 where the Sheriff eventually has to fall. An expensive round for the Goose House, but a round that goes their way nonetheless.
Yeah, they do make it work, and that's the main thing, right? That is the what you're looking for. I guess you say the priority coming into a round like that. But as you mentioned, I guess a silver lining if you are Mixed Energy, despite not picking up the round, they do make it very expensive. Only 2 remaining players for the Goose House, which keeps that long-term economy at bay. We speak about this time and time again because it's such a pinnacle factor in sort of dictating momentum, right? Having that long-term economy brings a sort of an air of confidence around it. And of course, the Goose House, they'll be trying to keep theirs in a stable state, but it's Mixed Energy actually coming into this next round with a much more uniformed buy. Full Vandals coming out, full armor, and of course, a whole host of utility to support.
Now, Mixed Energy. Okay, now they've taken a step back. They realize they've got a buy round going for them and they can't really just press W and enter sites. Good little lineup for the Goose House going on in mid. Good crossfire, but I don't think he'll get challenged yet. Dark cover deep into mid. But it could be an obfuscation to what they're actually going to go for. Kurt low, and well, Kurt killed off, so the Nanoswarmers can't really do too much. Shanformer could close them out here. Oh, could have gotten dirty. Ends up being just that. Shanformer delivers on his end, but the A site is open for the taking, and that's exactly where Mixed Energy are taking their spike.
Exactly, and a Vandal Collector as well now means they have an opportunity, a 4-on-4 on the retake. And with the low HP on Omen, that makes all the difference. Devo, though, finding time through the smoke and now falling away over to his garden.
Numbers at advantage for the Mixed Energy side. Blaze-Storm enabled. Updraft to gain some extra information, but backs away towards Silo now. Slowly moving in. Misfit caught with his pants down. Monstrum delivers. 2 kills, goes his way. Goes for the right click and misses up. Now all by himself. Dashes away, tries to find the headshot, but Rex's gets the better of him. The Goose House convert. They get themselves a 7th.
7 on the board, a lovely retake there. They looked, for a moment, they were in a bit of a tough spot, right? I mean, that post plants were set up and that site did look well and truly locked out, but excellent use once again of the utility just to find their way back in. And for the Goose House, they came into that round with essentially just a bonus. They came in with, you know, some Spectres, a couple of Sheriffs in hand, and they made it work. And that's, of course, such a strong factor in why they're now only 1 round behind the likes of Mixed Energy and have a prime opportunity to tie this game up, especially when their attack inside economy is, well, in the bin.
And this is sort of where my thoughts earlier come in, right, Neo? Because when you don't really have the composure to stick back when you have the advantage and go aggressive and make mistakes, that's where the Goose House can make the capitalization a ton easier. What a swing. Oh, it's actually Maddie that got the kill. I thought it was Monstrum, but he ends up falling and Devo retreats. Peter's there with the Odin. Rex chimes in from mid. It's a massacre. It's a mow down. It's the Goose House that comes on top.
A pretty clean round, right? No questions asked, no real analysis needed there. That was just a complete massacre over towards that mid position. And, well, kills all go in the way of the Goose House. They Mixed Energy side were coming in with just more greater pistols to try and find something. And, well, the Goose House with that superior firepower make it look very, very easy. And, of course, now tie things up 8 rounds apiece. This game is getting spicy, eggs.
It is, Neo. And we're seeing an operator and node into the Goose House. It looks like they want to give Mixed Energy the taste of their own medicine.
I love it.
Timer again, lurking. He doesn't need reinforcements, that man, but the Goose House has shown time and time again that they're resilient to such approaches. Now, I was about to say Seekers are available, but when you're down in numbers, really, what much is there to do? When you're getting picked off 1 by 1, things get more and more tough, and Waddle, I mean, every single one of them actually have fallen. It's all down to Waddle and his teammate, Matty. On site, they need magic. And they're not Harry Potter. They're not a wizard. And Waddle falls. The Goose House, a flawless round for them. That's what they needed to rebuild their confidence. 9-8, they gained the lead, Neo.
Yeah, a 1 round lead. And off the back of that as well, of course, arguably the bigger factor than the lead itself is the broken economy of Mixed Energy. They're only going to be able to pick up upgraded pistols coming into next round. Maybe a Spectre or a Sting if they really want to, but I can't see any real sort of use to bringing in a weapon like that and expending such a risky buy, I guess you could call it. So, well, after this timeout, I'm interested to see what the call is for Mixed Energy. Are we going to see a full stack come out as they just go aggressive over towards the site? Or are they going to do what they've been doing so far, where they just spread out, look for an opening kill, and then make a mid-round call off the back of that? But, I mean, credit's due. The Goose House, they've done a stellar job of not only getting back in this, but starting to control it.
Indeed, and control is something that Mixed Energy haven't really done too much. They've outplayed their opponents, yes. They've shown an immense amount of skill, yes. Have they shown that they're the better team and can control the map in ways that the Goose House cannot respond? Not really. It's a bit tough, isn't it, Neo?
It is. Hello again. See us all on our faces. We have a quick tech pause as I think some minor internet computer issues. That is online Valorant, right? You just see it from time to time. It happens. And hopefully we'll be getting that underway in just a second. Of course, currently sitting 9-8 in favour of the Goose House. And has to be said, what a resurgence so far from the Goose House.
Yeah, no, like the attacking side, the Mixed Energy haven't retrieved a single round on the attacking side. Not a single one. And that is where we said, okay, they look like a hyper-aggressive squad. It's unorthodox for when you're under the defensive side. But, you know, that's sort of where your attacking side should come to light. But that's not what happened.
Yeah.
The Goose House, they're responding nicely. They've got exactly what they need to hold off all the attacks. Whatever is thrown at them, they throw it right back. It's crazy how the Goose House has stepped up right now.
I was seeing two parallel ways to play defensive side as well, because of course we saw earlier with the really aggressive defensive side plays coming out. We were mentioning this, how they were, Monster was pushing deep over towards short. They were getting that early map control and essentially looking for those angels, right? They were looking for those fights because they back themselves when it comes to, a 50-50. But we're seeing the exact also from the Goose House and actually arguably working a little bit better. They're really taking a step away from the site, right? They're just playing very passive, assessing a situation. And of course, the biggest factor is they're playing together. The crossfires are set up, and even if one kill is found, the trade is immediate. And because of that, it allows for the rotation to come forth. And of course, that's why they're shutting out the site. And a big factor why the spike is even alone struggling to go down.
Yeah, cleaner Valorant seems to be what's best over messy and flamboyant Valorant.
Yeah, I guess you could call that, yeah. It is flamboyant, isn't it?
Quite. Mixed Energy, this time around, not really challenged when it comes to the mid approach. But Peter's being a very dirty man right now.
I love the Odin through that wall, I love it.
Doesn't quite pay off though.
Not this time.
But as that havoc has commenced, looks like Mixed Energy have found their way all the way towards market now. Double stack towards a back site, and they're both completely taken out of proportion. Very nicely done. 2 players down. Showstopper. How many can you find apart from one? What a shot by Devo. Brings out his Phantom and delivers on that end. Mixed Energy down in numbers. 2 left. They have to deal with 3. How do they approach it? They have to find these kills quickly. But it seems like they've run out of utility. They've run out of funds, they've run out of weapons, and things are getting tough. It's the paint shells to get the finishing blow to Misfit. And there's nothing much Waddle can do apart from bring out his flamboyance once more. He has a lineup, but performance quick enough, and the Goose House will get themselves onto double digits.
What a way to do it as well. I love the way in which they retook that site because they just once again took that step away. They assessed the situation, and that retake was done perfectly. And well, we see a little bit of individual brilliance there from Monstrum and Tymo. It's going to, of course, be the operator to clean things up. And, well, that's the Goose House hitting double digits. X, they're getting ever closer to shutting out map number 1 now.
They really are. Of course, either end has more buys in them.
Of course, yeah. No operator, though. Is that going to be the difference?
There's a big question, a big ask for Mixed Energy to all of a sudden just snap their fingers and bring back the momentum in their favor, because quite frankly, it's been 6 rounds in a row that Goose House have been able to find. Now, Taimu, not only does it not find a tag, no information, and that's a wasted ultimate.
Yeah, it is literally to no avail. As you mentioned, no damage, no kill, no information means that now, well, they might have a false sense of security.
Monstrum close proximity to the position. It seems that Mixed Energy don't quite have their mind set towards a site. Waddle keeping his crosshair set towards mid as the rest of them do shortly approach A. Taimu coming out as well towards the main entrance while the rest of them form towards connector. Oh, but it's Monstrum. There you have it. He has to forward. It's Transformer to hold down the line. Blinding Light comes through. Give an opportunity for Taimu to push forwards.
30
But do they know where Transformer is? They do. And Waddle deals with him. Blinding Light again. Can Taimu capitalize? No. Seeker's pulled out.
Found one.
But I think they may have been preemptive because what do you have to gain from that apart from not know that anybody is on your flank side? 4 against 4, and maybe a mistake has been made, and maybe this could have been a simpler affair. But you can see Taimu, close and personal. Devo! He sprays that, he checks it, one after the other, they dismantle them! What is this madness? They've read the play like a book, and Waddle, there is absolutely nothing he can do. The Goose House, they completely dismantle Mixed Energy.
That is nothing short of a picture-perfect retake. That is how you retake this side. I mean, what a stunning attempt there, the Goose House. That is just something special. One by one, they drop down, and of course, maybe a slight bit of luck for Devo to find that shot through the smoke. But of course, off the back of that, utility, excellent. Trades coming in, man advantage gained, and well, of course, that is going to be yet another round in favor of the Goose House. And what a way to do it. That was just flawless.
It was indeed, Neo. It was indeed. You can see that the nerves are getting to Mixed Energy. I don't think they would have thrown out the Seekers that quickly. But I guess they were trying to avoid the collapse that could have come through from Heaven early on to deny the spike plant. But no, I mean, Mixed Energy, they had the Goose House had no reason to be onto the site already. And we see things repeat themselves. A site take again, but this time it's more one-sided. The Goose House have been able to retrieve one, but it's pressuring every single one of the players. Want to take a different location. Peter putting that out in the good use of pre-5 positions. Devo peeks through. And all of a sudden, they're wondering, oh, are there any players left? No. Okay. That was easy. That was simple.
Wow.
And the Goose House find themselves on that point.
That was easy and simple indeed, and we spoke about last round's retake being brilliant. Well, this round, flawless. All 5 remain alive, and of course, for the Goose House now, 1 round away, taking map number 1. And of not only that, a statement made as well, because this has just been a brilliant showing. We take a look at that scoreboard right there, right? The biggest thing to note is the Goose House are yet to drop a round on defensive side.
That's a morale breaker if I've ever seen one. And isn't this Mixed Energy's map pick?
I think it is. And that makes things even worse, doesn't it? I mean, just the fact they were coming in feeling confident about them. Oh, it's definitely not looking it.
Okay, never mind. It's the Goose House's pick. Scratch that.
Well, they're looking very good on it.
And they are. Not bad at all. But, you know, it would be much better for Mixed Energy to sort of take a hold of their advantage and take it to a victory. But I guess that's not the case. Hunter's Fury drawn out. Misfit will not fall today. Not like this. But it's good mid-control that has been gained by the mixed side of Mixed Energy. As now, they turn their attention towards short. Looks like Taimu will be the first responder.
Bulldog in hands as well to try and find something. But it's actually going to be Kurt. Just a spawn grenade causing that unreal damage. And of course, man advantage now gained by the defender side once again. But answered right back by Monstrum.
I think Taimu wanted to walk out of that of that nano swarm, but he was blocked by his own teammate.
Oh, you hate to see it.
You really do. But still, Mixed Energy stand alive with the same amount of players that Goose House had. Last time around, this did not stop them at all. This Odin, so strong on this map. And Peters,
expertly uses time and time again. Monstrum jumps up with a Blaze-Storm. One headshot connects, but Rex retaliates. Rex pushing through, finds it a second, and it's all down to Waddle. He has to fall. Peter uses that Odin expertly, and the Goose House do retrieve their own map pick. They take map number 1, and they are ahead in the series.
What a defensive side from the Goose House. I mean, that is just one for the ages. Flawless from start to finish in that second half. And, well, I mean, the questions now have to be asked for the likes of Mixed Energy because, well, their defender side, very strong performance from them. Maybe to a degree, Waddle pulling a lot of his weight. But, I mean, that was just stunning from the Goose House. They turned things around and, well, it's a statement made. Heading into map number 2, they can have a lot of confidence in their sails.
They will. Absolutely, they will.
Not chopping a single round on defense?
That's insane.
That is insane, and that would be an understatement. Brilliantly done by the Goose House.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see now how Mixed Energy turn this one around, right? Because they're coming into their own map pick for map number 2, and they just need to step it up. They need to just make these tweaks to their attacking side. Because, funnily enough, the defensive side, where they were really aggressive, cutting off rotations, really denying any sort of executes coming out from the Goose House, that we were expecting a really solid attacking side for them. Because they showed that they had a very good understanding of timing and tempo and dictating a playstyle. But it just didn't happen on their attacking side. And now heading into Breeze, they need to just make some sort of difference.
And I guess we'll find out how things ensue as players do get to have a little bit of a break, enter the break zone, put some string chunks on, put their sunglasses, because we're heading into Breeze, and we'll be back right after this break.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the RixGG August Open. We're getting underway in just a moment into map number 2 as Mixed Energy are looking to fight back, pushes to map number 3 against the Goose House. But, X, what a performance on defender side from the Goose House. Flawless.
Flawless is an understatement. I mean, well, not really. It was exactly what it was. But, you know, it was a complete change of pace from what we were used to on the first half, right? 8-4 in favor of Mixed Energy. Well, guess what? They had another in the bag of energies that they do have. They also had a negative energy. And after that, you know, once they did get reimbursed with that, when they just got their shots of Mixed Energy, of that bad energy, they just couldn't perform anymore. And it was sudden. It was sudden. I don't think anybody really expected it to come out the way it did. But, you know, the Goose House, it was their own map pick. They were able to deliver on it. But you know what? Breeze is up next, and that permits more. That permits their flamboyant play style, I think, more.
Yeah, I think that Mixed Energy, it was heading into that second half, it just looked like they ran out of energy. They looked, you know, lackluster and a shadow of their former selves, where they just really couldn't find anything at all. I mean, even the most simple things, they were struggling to even get the spike down. They couldn't set up post plants, and I mean, even the times when they did set up post plant, you know, a 4-on-4 retake, I mean, the retakes on the Goose House were just spectacular. They were so good at just isolating those fights, using the utility to ever so slowly inch their way onto the side. And of course, once they got it, it was only going to go one way. But as you mentioned, we're now heading onto Breeze, right? The pick of Mixed Energy. And this is their opportunity to just throw a spanner in the works, change up the pace a little bit, and try, for the first time on their attacking side, pick up a round.
And something that's interesting that is has nothing to do with the current matchup, but for another one that's going on right now, there's a matchup going on in the round of 16 still, and that is Vex versus Vice City. They're currently sitting 1-1 when it comes to the maps, and they've just jumped into overtime. I believe Vex have just gotten themselves a victory, so it's 13-12. So it's mad that we're one map in the quarterfinals, and there's a game still going on in the round of 16. So you know, it's bangers of matchup showing up in this tournament. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, talk about fatigue, right? I mean, they must be really starting to already feel this kind of element of tiredness starting to kick in. And they've still got another best of 3 to play, one of the 2 teams that makes it through. So a bit of a long day ahead of them. They'll be going into a bit of the evening, but taking it back to where we are now, heading into Breeze. For Mixed Energy, they need to come out all guns blazing, because that's where they really did struggle. They struggled to, well, ice hit the fights, win their 50-50s, and even, as you mentioned, get that spike down. That seemed to be their biggest issue. They just couldn't get onto those sides. And, you know what, we have to give credit to the Goose House, because on the defender side, they were very, very passive. They just took that step back, assessed the situation, as I spoke about earlier, but they knew when and how to call a rotation. Those mid-round calls were just stunning.
They were indeed, you know, and I'm not surprised that after such a win, a lot of concentration has gone into it, you know. So there is a certain amount of break time that these players need to sort of calm their nerves, just regroup their thinking, go to the loo, grab some water, because they need to feel a little bit more comfortable coming into this one, right? They need to have a certain of state, relaxed state coming in, because I'm sure if they were in the same room right now, everybody would be flying fist bumps left and right to just congratulate each other, because that was a job well done. And against talent that is Mixed Energy, it was no easy task. So heading into this one, I'm just starting to think, okay, you're heading into map 2. Does Mixed Energy have the energy? We're using that joke way too many times. But you know, they have the morale to keep things going, get that reset of a mindset, and jump in and have a way better performance than they had on the latter half of the previous map.
Yeah, I think you already mentioned it to a degree. One of the big factors that seemed to really take a toll on for Mixed Energy that the Goose House actually exploited in their own regard was confidence. They just played with that air of confidence in their shoulders. You know, they were very relaxed in their game style. But Mixed Energy, I think they just put a little bit too much pressure on themselves. Heading into the attacking side, they overcomplicated it, made things just tougher than it needed to be. All they need to do was just explode onto a site. 9 times out of 10, when you're exploding onto a site, you're going to have a man advantage. Bit of utility, play the trade game, you're going to guarantee a spike down, and of course, post plants being set up, which is when they can then start to kind of play around a bit, have a little bit of confidence in their game style. But the Goose House, from the get-go, especially in that second half, that's when they just brought this confidence that shone through in their play style because they were just brilliant. You spoke about it, right? Heading into map number 2, we just need something different. They've had time to take a step away, you know, get up, have a little walk around, reset their mental. Because we mentioned this in the game that, to a degree, it seemed like the head had gone, didn't it? I mean, Mix Energy, they were really not looking like they wanted to be there. They've now had time to take a step away, get a drink, just relax themselves, clear their heads. Now's the time to prove themselves. Because we know this team, on an individual level, can push this to map 3.
It seems like Pansy has just gifted us her button to start the game, and we've just pressed it. So we're heading right into it, ladies and gentlemen. The agent selects for Breeze as it is the Mixed Energy side heading into their own home ground. Now, I do expect a similar lineup when it comes to the agents. It's sort of being brought into the bread and butter, really. We did see Phoenix being picked up again instead of the Sky today. Was fairly surprising, but, you know, it looks like both of these teams look to go for the meta picks all around.
And I have to agree with it. There's a reason why they are the meta picks, right? Because they're so strong. And of course, I think that Sky just brings another sort of level of map control, ability to help out your teammates with the regrowth coming in, just to be able to keep the fight going on. And of course, the guiding light, clearing angles, getting those positions in those sort of favorable areas. That's exactly why Sky is just such an important pick. And of course, off the back of that, the rest of it, we already saw it earlier with the Viper coming in a post-spawn situation. Viper is just stunning.
It is indeed. You know, it's an agent pick with a lot of impact when it comes to those... when it comes to those toxic screens, when it comes to controlling it post-plant as well, not only enabling the take, you know, you cover so much space when you take one of these open areas, you know, it just closes the wall down, and it makes the approach that much easier, but also when they're post-plants, when you have that snake bite available, together comboed with the opposing cloud, you know, you can have so much impact with damage and just shut things down like that. So it's just basically, and she's basically an all-rounder and a must-have to all compositions when it comes to both takes and post-plants, but also the defense.
Yeah, exactly. Brings just such another level. But look at this. Mixed Energy already going for aggressive A-take here. And, well, there's actually no one there to stop them for the time being.
Nice sight. That's what they're going for. You can notice over the back alley, the Goose House. Oh, they're in a goose race. Look at that. Rex already fighting as well behind, and no way they turn their attention towards it that quickly. There's no way. Is there? Taimu, completely unchecked. Trigger discipline from Rex, and he can double it up. Blinding lights. Pre-fire's coming through, and Rex retrieves it. He's got reinforcements as well. The Goose House doing a grand job so far, but Waddle keeps them alive. Monstrum chimes in. Kurt, all by himself. He has to deal with Waddle. Up against the right pyramid. Kurt spotted. Who can find the first shot first? He's the one under pressure. He's the one that needs to get on that spike. Waddle makes his presence known. Only one bullet required, and he fires it. Waddle triples things up and gets himself and his team around on the board.
Yeah, we sang his praises earlier, didn't we, Waddle? On an individual level, a ridiculously talented player, and he got off to, well, a fantastic start, but once again, he's come alive here. He finds himself 3, and of course, in doing so, a round in their favor. And the biggest thing, it's an attacking side round.
And now with that momentum and attack, you know, yeah, Mixed Energy have switched things up. They finally have broken their streak of loss on the attacking side, of course. Maybe able to double things up with the specs as they have at hand. The Goose House, good gamble. They made the right decision stacking things up towards A, although the results aren't so fruitful. Rex has to fall, Kurt falls back. Space slowly given to the Mixed Energy side as Trailblazer also gains information. Timer aggresses. That's the cleanup duty. Call in the cleaners and the janitors. Mixed Energy, they double things up.
And flawlessly doing so as well, which is brilliant for just keeping that economy building up and keeping it looking nice and healthy in the long term. But of course, the Goose House, they will be bringing out a full buy of their own. The Vandals, the Phantoms, full armor and utility to a boot. And if you are Mixed Energy, coming into this sort of round with essentially what you can call a bonus, with Spectres following across and that Marshall from the previous round, it's about making things expensive. Of course, they'll be looking to make it a third round on the board, the same way they did in that map number 1, but it's about making things expensive.
Revealing area.
Doesn't really reveal all too much. Unless they were just checking close proximity corners. Aldroy soon to be peeking this corner itself. Time isn't spotted though. Well, that will give away his position. And while Peter's busy shooting down the old drone, Waddle peeks out. Good combo. And that puts Mix Energy in a good position when it comes to the numbers. 5 against 4, although they may be lacking in regards of riflery. Spectres might be all they need if they find these close distance trays. Rex from afar puts a dent. Seeker's out. Seems like one will take them directly to where Devo is hiding out. He needs to be careful. Shoots it down. Guiding light drawn out. He's in trouble. Big task ahead of him. Waiting for the reinforcements. He needs to buy so much time. Delivers onto Waddle. Repeaks, but it's a shot bolt to close him out. Transformer and Devo chime in. Kurt is able to put his dent in as well. And Misfit wants to join the fray, but he'll join it in a very quick succession and has to fall straight after the Goose House find their way on the board.
Yeah, first round collected, and now, of course, we know the Goose House are very good at just making momentum work in their favor. And, well, this is maybe the start of it, but for Mix Energy, of course, that was a bonus round. They were just bringing in the weapons from that previous one, so they will be able to pull out a full buy of their own. And the big difference in their full buy is Monstrum's picking up an operator.
As soon as you can have the chance to get an operator on this map, you should get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Fairly necessary stuff to get you going. These long distances. Transformer, that is greedy. That is aggressive and good turn out. Wrong, Devo. Ooh. The fact that he missed that dust there could have gotten dicey. Monstrum finds the kill eventually. Seeker's enabled. Oh, Transformer. Ooh. You wouldn't expect Matty to still be hiding out in spawn, would you? He's all by himself.
About cutting off rotation.
Ring around the roundabout. Transformer triple things up. What a beastly play by him, and puts the Goose House back on the radar.
What is that? What was that? That second transfer was just insane. I need to see this again. What is that? That is just something special. It's essentially a reactionary just flick, but controlled perfectly, and the innate knowledge to reposition to pick up that third. Transformer, you're an animal.
Here. Transformer! Ah! I don't want to play against this guy ever in my life.
What a dangerous man to be up against. Oof, okay. Alright. Let's calm down a bit. Mix Energy, not the best of buys heading into this one, although they want to cycle towards the left side of the map. The Goose House has telegraphed most of their positions. Ooh, Hunter's Fury. This is out the first, not the, the second as well. But he finds the tag onto Transformer instead. So he might be happy about that. But otherwise, we'll get healed right back up. Now, mid to be approached from Mix Energy. They have a choice here. Do they continue towards A? Well, with that opening, they definitely have the option to do just that.
Yeah, they're still making their way over, aren't they? And, well, for the time being, they won't be met directly, apart from Devo, who's just trying to hold things up. Operator nets himself an opener. Waddle out of the equation, and Peter in for support. Just chipping away at this attack inside, and of course netting the Goose House now a man advantage. But the difference is that, of course, all the rotation is starting to come forth.
You know what? The Cyber Cage didn't come in quite quick enough.
Yeah.
And therefore, the Goose House had a lot of space to retrieve a couple of kills there. They had the high ground advantage as well. Alternative angles. This is getting tough. Matty, spray down. Unfortunate outcome of it. And it's Rex to double things up at the end. The equalizer translated into the lead for the Goose House. They convert completely the scenario.
Well, now 3-2 as the Goose House, for the first time in this game, take a lead off the back of 3 back-to-back flawless rounds. And Well, now they're starting to gain themselves an opportunity to pull away. This round is monumental for Mixed Energy, though, because they're coming in, of course, with a full buy. But the difference is that losing this round for Mixed Energy breaks that economy. And, of course, does mean that the Goose House just pull further and further away once again.
The players hanging out around the rope right now. Looks to me like it might be a default A-site take. Goose House have a simple setup to it. Just matters the response. Ooh! Did you just see that dart just flying into Devo like that while he was scoped towards it? I've never seen that. That was cool. Now moving on to the A site, Toxic Stream giving them space. Kurt, one-man army waiting for reinforcements, still is alive. How does he do that? They don't know where he is. He brings out the Neural Theft as well. So much impact coming out from him. Misfit does kill him eventually, but that's the information relayed. They've got 2 players on the flank, and I don't think Mixed Energy will expect both of them. 2 different locations they are adopting, and Shanformer is the first one to respawn. Time is so close. They go, but do they know where Shanformer is? No, Rex has fallen 3 on 3. Snakebite to the left corner, lure them out. Blade Storm drawn out by Devo. And Monstrum does trade it, dashes ahead. Jet versus Jet, but it's Savanta to win against the knives. But it's Peter now, all by himself. Against 2, touches the spike, but the time is dwindling.
1 enemy remaining.
Retrieves 1, but he's run out of it. Nothing else he can do. Good round for Mixed Energy. It was expensive, it was close, but it's theirs for the taking.
Yeah, much better there for Mixed Energies. They just needed that step up in aggression, I guess we could say. The issue is, I guess, that their economy still remains in an unstable state because it was a very expensive round for them, but a round in their favor all the same. That's what matters. They tie things up 3 rounds apiece, and of course, keep the Goose House at bay, which is what they need to do on their attacking side, and what they failed to do in map number 1, but have started doing here over on towards Breeze. Now it's just about that consistency, which did plague them, but they seem more alive here, so far anyway.
Time to hunt.
I wonder how Mixed Energy want to switch things up here right now. It seems like they want to go direct into the B site and not hesitate at all, although they need to be careful. Devo, operator at hand, Toxic Screen, Cage out as well, gives them space to move out. Dash, the only player to move away, Seeker's thrown. Monstrum, what can you do before the Seekers catch up to you? 1 kill is the answer. He still has Blaze to work with. Time who delivers. Ooh, Time with 2. Waddle falls, but I think this is worth it for Mixed Energy. They can get the spike down. They've got the Toxic Screen to keep their opponents at bay. Very nicely done. But can they hold on? I think the answer is yes, unless the Goose House comes out with madness.
Exactly. There's a 2-on-4 already, and well, something special is needed from the Goose House to try and retake into this one. They're ever so slowly pushing their way forward, but I think time is of the essence, and time not in their favor, especially with Matty finding a shot like that. Picks himself up a Vandal, and of course, well, for Kurt, just fall away with what you've got in hand. Keep that Vandal taken across if you even can, and well, it's going to be a 4th round on the board.
Well, this is Mixed Energy all over again, you know. They cannot not go for the kill. And they will lose 2 players in the process, and I don't think they could really afford that, to be honest. Their money isn't in the best of
Cage triggered.
situations right now. Yeah, they can't completely buy up
This goes here.
with shields. This is tough.
Yes, this should do.
It is tough, isn't it? Because they're kind of in a bit of an unstable situation where they have to try and muster whatever they can. Both sides are, as well as fighting each other, fighting their own economies, and that's making just every round all the more important. Either side have been able to just enough pull away, but for Mixed Energy, this is their opportunity to do so.
I like the look from Mixed Energy right now. Perhaps to obfuscate their movement towards the A site. You can quickly see that Waddle's slowly making his way towards mid, although contact from the Goose House
Take flight.
on the left side. We'll notice that no one is around, no one is in the approximate area, therefore they can call for rotations. Guys, this is clear. Move into the A site. That is what Mixed Energy are going for. Sneakers, enabled. There's the first kill. Kurt no longer being a menace on site. Hunter's Fury. Taimu, unable to deliver on his end.
But the Goose House, they're really, really close to the situation. They can't really get the spike down. Devo's still alive, still being a menace. Has time to reload. He's got reinforcement from Peter. They never left. Mixed Energy never had the control, but Matty, look at what's brewing. How quick can he be? 1 tap, 2 taps. Doesn't know where the third is.
One enemy remaining.
He's heard Peter, but time was there.
30 seconds
Matty, the
left.
difference maker this round, has salvaged the round for Mixed Energy. And Rex will be the last player remaining for the Goose House. But he needs something more than a miracle to bring things back. And he's going all the way around to see if he can fend this off, unless he's going for a save.
Yeah, we speak about trigger discipline, and that's an excellent example of it. Just waited for an opportunity, nets himself a double, and of course information on the third as well, which is all the more important. Of course, now the sound cue is made by Rex. He just guarding lights his way out, but he doesn't clear behind him. Matty nets himself a third kill on the board, and of course, in doing so, Mixed Energy find their fifth, a 2-round lead. And well, once again, we have to take a look at this. Brilliant from Matty. This favourable position he found himself in, he just waited, and then of course netting those opening 2 kills brought the man advantage back in favour of the attacking side, and then everything just fell into place.
You have to give credit to the Goose House still being close and still being menaces on the A side. They made things very, very messy and chaotic, but you know what? Mixed Energy, they thrive in the chaos, so they
they love it.
They enjoyed it, and they came out on top.
Yeah, it's their breeding ground, isn't it? Scout going for the information play over towards mid. May be able to spot one. It's the guiding light which actually caused the issue as Peter finds himself a first.
Guiding lights, again traded out. The Goose House come out on top.
Toxins going up.
And you can see them traversing their map now towards them. Comfortable that they don't have much time and space to head towards the other side of the map just yet, but as they do fall back, you see the Goose House also translating their movement into a more A-bound retrieval.
Poison's off.
Issues do lie when Mixed Energy have mid control, and the Goose House are aware of this. They'll make sure the exits of mid are well covered, because right now the world is their oyster. They can go wherever they may please.
30
They
seconds
can do
left.
whatever they want, and it is actually looking like the A side is going to be that decision, which leaves Devo in a real tough spot to try and close this one out.
Oh, Devo, this is really good. Even though they have the gauge out, he can find that
enemy
Y-axis and come out from on top.
Down A.
Devo, he's there. He finds all ends. He quickly pushes them together and looses them up. Just like that, the Goose House are right back into the game.
I'm loving what we're seeing now from the Goose House. We spoke about them just taking that step away, right? And playing things significantly more passively. Well, that's what we're starting to see. They're just letting essentially Mixed Energy make all the moves themselves without really having to expend too much utility or, of course, any frags in their favor. And, of course, it's now leaving. And only a 1-round advantage for Mixed Energy with a broken economy.
Blinded.
Making their way now towards the A side again. Slowly traversing it. Cut. Guardian at hand. 1 shot, 1 kill. Crosses a cross. Oh, no one followed it up. I thought they'd carry on that tempo. Dum, 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 dum. Okay.
I liked it. You know, it's an industry standard. It's a classic. You have to do it at least once a game.
Well, Devo. Quick trades all around. It's the Guardians that are actually having great impact, and we haven't seen too much of that action yet, have we?
No, but it got a slight buff, didn't it, in recent times? Of course, I guess in terms of its price, and now it becomes a significantly more viable pick, but it's Peter. What a shot into his time home. You speak about a sober diff. More like a Peter just mowing him down one by one, chipping away, trying to make it a third. As his Waddle left all alone, a 1 versus 4 to keep the dream alive. Finds his first. Able to get a tag, but not able to find a frag. Rex will find that trade, and of course, with 3 remaining plays, is going to be the Goose House tying things up 5 rounds apiece.
Ooh, how did Devo survive that? Was it through the wall, or was he at 47 points of health?
If I'm right to say, yeah, I think it might have been through the wall.
Well, he did survive it nonetheless, with 2 points of health. Not too bad. And that's the equalizer. I think the wind has just been blown out of the lungs of Mixed Energy. I think the tempo right now is uncomfortable for them. And so many times, it is the Goose House to catch them off guard in various positions.
Yeah, agreed.
And that's not really making the Mixed Energy feel any sort of comfort right now.
Yeah, no, spot on. They are as well being caught in transition. Once they've got that spike down, they're being caught transitioning over towards the post spawn, and that's where things become very uncomfortable for them.
Our drone as well. Combination of the Toxic Screen and Seekers trying to make their way in. Monstrum defensively using his dash, but uses a Cloudburst to aggress further. Toxic Screen still up, but shortly the fade. Hunter's Fury, you deny the plant. And he finds the kill in the process as well. Could be a follow-up, Peter. This is not the first time we see you pick up kills like that. And it might not be the last either. So much impact coming out from that Hunter's Fury. That puts the Gustus on pole position to close things out. Nice trades, Mixed Energy. Do fall to that. It's equally traded out, meaning that Matty's all by himself. He's got a big task ahead of him. Spike, 50 seconds, 2 players.
One enemy remaining.
One connects, that means there's only one left. That's a good cam, knows exactly where Transformer is. Does he stick around? Noise converted. Cage doesn't expect the left flank, and it's Transformer that puts the Goose House now in command.
Much a better round there. Once again, the Goose House just finding those frags, and of course, a cheeky double from Peter made all a difference. Once they once again picked up that man advantage, they just are very good at using that man advantage to their favor, playing that trade game, taking that step back, and of course in doing so, now with 6 on the board, they do have potential to close out this half 7-5 and really start to bridge a little bit of a gap, and also give them that sort of air of comfortability, right? Because of course it means if they have a 7-5 half, even if they lose a pistol round, at most, Mixed Energy will only be able to tie things off. Devo, what an opener though. Operator put to good use, the Blaze Storm popping out as well.
He's expecting that Mixed Energy are just going to press W and walk in again. Go for the schmeeg, as the Americans like to call it. But Devo again delivers on that air. Misfit has to fall. So it's still the Goose House. They're just making it a bloodbath for all their opposition. As I do say that, they double up. Waddle! They transform this round into more of a favorable situation. Having the numbers advantage, getting the spike down, this is a lot more doable.
Spot through the box. Rex finds 2, and it's all onto 1. Matty in a 1 versus 2 to keep the dream alive and tie this game up 6-6. But is he aware of the rotation coming through from mid? I don't think he is. Rex making all of the noise, but it's Transformer to find the frag, and that's of course going to be a 7th on the board. X-Warrior, they're starting to do what they did in that second half, and even a little bit of BM to add to it.
They are 7-5. This is good, not too bad. 1 round less than what they had in the first map. But considering that they flopped completely after that, then you start to be cautious. But I think this was a highlight of the game so far. Transformer, the transfer 2-piece, and then double it up with a 180-degree turn for a 1-tap onto his opponent.
It's something special, isn't it? I mean, that was just ridiculous. On an individual level, excellent. And Kurt, what a read there as well, to just understand of where those positionings really could be set up from. Of course, 7-5 heading into the second half. And of course, it was a second half where the Goose House started to make that difference. And of course, fatigue did play a big factor for Mixed Energy. Now they're on the defensive side, though. Can they turn it around?
We know how Mixed Energy love to play the defensive side. It's as if they are the attacking side. And it seems like Monstrum has been enabled. Looking for the extra 1-tap, stashes away. Still leaves Waddle in that same position. And Waddle triples up! I don't understand how this works, Neo. This is not how Valorant works for me at all. And I have no idea how Mixed Energy are making it work.
Honestly, not a Scooby how they managed to just pull off these ridiculously defensive sided plays. I mean, as you mentioned, they play defensive side like they're on attack. Instant map control, hyper aggression right in their face. And I mean, the Goose House, I don't blame them. They don't know what's going on.
That goes there.
It's ridiculous. How do
I
they
love
do
it.
that?
It's so entertaining, isn't it? It's just that something a little bit different. And this is what mixed teams do bring to the equation. But look at this. And once again, Goose House answering right back with aggression of their own.
I've got a better word to describe what Mixed Energy are. They're living highlight reels, that's what they are. But let's see how they defend with this onslaught. Devo, good use of the classic time move, too wide without shot. But eventually, chimes 1-2. And just like that, the spike has been denied. Mixed Energy, though, they're paying the price here. Spectre's been brought up, but it's a no-scope from Monstrum to close Devo's life. Peter on a really difficult situation. Far distance, the classic, not the favorable weapon in that scenario, and it puts Mixed Energy right back on the radar.
And of course, we mentioned they had that opportunity to tie things up 7 apiece, but the brilliant thing, I guess, or the silver lining, I guess you could say, for the Goose House taking a 7-5 half is that they had, well, essentially the ability for that to happen. They could have allowed, you know, Mixed Energy to pick up these opening 2 rounds and then be able to answer right back with a full buy. And this is exactly what they're happening. Of course, Mixed Energy, they have tied things up 7 rounds apiece, but it is the Goose House who are going to be that first side coming in with the full buy. And all the Phantoms and Vandals make all the difference.
Now, the Goose House going for a spread out approach again, you know.
Cage triggered.
That's sort of what you expect on the attacking side from them. And what you expect from Mixed Energy is, again, to push out. This is ridiculous.
Look at them.
You know, they don't want to defend the sides. They just want to move forwards. I've never seen a team play like this. Never. It's worked out okay on the defensive side of Ascend, but Breeze is quite open. A lot of flanks available. Case and key. Rex again comes in from behind, and he gets 2. Mixed Energy punished. And the Goose House knew exactly how to respond to their play. Now, Misfit, he's hearing all the commotion, and if he swings, he'll find a kill. Long distance won't favor him, though, even though he finds a dink. Here's the Goose House. They're on the highway to success. Ooh, what? He didn't spot... Oh, phew. Okay, I'm stupid. I thought he was he was looking at an opponent there, but never mind.
You're all good.
Yeah, everything's okay. Matty on the side, other side of the map, though.
Weapon here. Weapon here.
Oh, he knows where the weapons are at least, so a positive sign. But of course, from behind, that's going to be Rex to find that 4th kill in the round for him. And it's all well and good knowing where the weapons are, but you've got to use them. And that's what he was unable to do, as the Goose House will find an 8th. And what an answer back after the opening 2 rounds going the way of Mixed Energy and then looking very, very confident. That's how you answer back in your own, and individual brilliance from Rex with a quad kill to his name.
Quick reaction to how his position worked out on that attack. Well, I say attack, but they were on the defense, but it actually seemed like they were on the attack. You know, go for the flank, know that that position isn't really covered, and catch them off guard. You know, quick reaction from the Goose House. Good adaptation. As long as they adapt like this, they force Mixed Energy into a position where they don't like to be in.
I've got your trail.
They thrive in aggression, they thrive in chaos, and right now, the calm and calculated defense from the Goose House for those post plants is something that they won't find an easy answer to. Misfit shot by the Trailblazer, and will be taken advantage from. Transformer able to shut down his opposing Viper, while Wardle also wants a piece of that pie. Mixed Energy. They've got the numbers, but the Goose House have the control. And Kurt, he's in the most impactful position available. Transformer holds his ground. Low in health, 30 points of health to be exact. Shock dart, not finishing low, but that Bucky will be Peter holding his ground. Sonic, there you have it. Peter delivers. Oh, it's a close one. 1-on-1 again. It's a duel. So many of these rounds have come down to a duel. Sticks it. Not quite, not to the half time. Peter swings out again. Not the patience to close things out. It's Peter to give the Goose House double digits. Or is it the 9th? Either way, they get the win.
Yeah, it's a 9, but that's just stunning. Peter played that to perfection. He knew he didn't need to overextend into the 1 versus 1. He just jiggled Peter angle and essentially just waiting towards main for a bit of aggression in his favour. And, well, that's exactly what happened. The Goose House, 9th on the board. They once again take a 2-round lead. And the way they're playing, I'm not going to be surprised. They start pulling even further away because they just look just that step ahead, right? Just that little bit more alive in the serve. And of course, their economy following in exactly the same suit. Because Mixed Energy, it's again another kind of harsh eco/force buy.
These are all default takes and responses, really, on each side. And the Goose House this time around, no time to spare. They want to go for these kills. They don't want to allow their opposing sides on either side to hold these close positions and make their hold difficult. Devo's close as well, could deal with all this. They know where he is. Imagine if that doubled up. Imagine if you gotten 2 kills in that situation. But the Goose House, the moral of the story is they're the ones ahead. Seeker's out, but Chanformer doesn't have a care in the world. It seems like Mixed Energy, they're run out of things to say.
Exactly that. They are literally just running out of this. What at one point was looking like a real opportunity and a lifeline to maybe make something work in their favor. But now, I mean, this is only going one way. The Goose House are doing such a stunning job of dictating their playstyles we spoke about earlier, but of course, just making Mixed Energy feel uncomfortable on the defender side. And what for the Goose House? 3 consecutive rounds in a row, long-term economy built up, and of course, a 3-round buffer to work with. Things must be feeling very comfortable if you're the attacking side.
3-round leads. Definitely somewhat of a comfortable situation to be in. Although Mixed Energy went aggressive there instead of holding back, which didn't work out last time around. They wanted to go to what they know best, but the Goose House have responses on all ends. Hero Theft as well, relieving them the burden of not knowing where their opponents are. And slowly and steady, this is falling into place for the Goose House. They're just wrapping it up, packing it into boxes. But as I do say that, they're interrupted, ripped apart for a second there. But the ribbons have been short back, putting them into circle, and soon they'll be tying the ribbons. All that is left is to ship out the package, ship out this package that is this quarterfinal.
Yeah, the way things are playing out so far, I think this is more or less following suit in the way we expected it to after map number 1. Because the Goose House, when it comes to that long game, right, and you know, the battle of fatigue, the battle of fruition, the Goose House are just that step ahead, aren't they? They're very good at conserving themselves, and well, I mean, that economy once again for Mixed Energy just in a dire strait.
You can't really blame for Mixed Energy heading towards the A site. Sorry, I wanted to interrupt you there, but just because it's just, you know, the Goose House have gone to A over and over and over again. But if it's not broken, don't fix it, you know? So, you know, Mixed Energy wanted to believe that that would be the approach that they would have taken. But, you know, the take has come out. Viper's Pit also drawn through. And other than that, Mixed Energy do have all players remaining, but with lesser weaponry, this is a tough retake and a half.
Yeah, you can say that again. This is going to be such a difficult one to try and make their way back in. Because they are just waiting. The Guardian trying to find something, but the Guardian could be the big issue. And what a round from the Goose House. Flawless. Just destroy any hopes of Mixed Energy finding an 8th in that sort of situation. And of course, leaves it all down to this round. Match point. Well, map and series points for the Goose House. A 2-0 right in their grasp, and all they need is one more round to get it. What a stunning display we've seen from the Goose House, both defensively and offensively. And of course, have led them now to a 5-round buffer to find just this last round.
Here.
Not over till it's over, of course. Mixed Energy.
Very true.
They're the oddballs that can switch the tides in a click of a button. That Hunter's Fury won't be hurting too much. Timing. Aware of where they're going to approach, though. This is looking a lot more like it for Mixed Energy. Okay, I think you brought in the Caster's Curse, you know, because as soon as he said this could be over, Mixed Energy, they retaliate.
I hate it here. I always do this.
Seems like it's the name of the game for any caster out there.
Exactly.
Cut. Looks like he wants to keep his team into this. It's not over for them either. But he's low in health. One bullet from any weapon would be his downfall.
Yeah, he just needs to stay alive. And of course, Peter in a similar situation is not really in a strong state either.
With 40 seconds, they still have some time to rotate. Oh, drawn back to 1 HP. Toxic screen there. 30 seconds, sticking around. Mixed Energy not going to rotate. They're not going to budge. There's no reason to. No info given. Suddenly, you see Viper moving away, but Kurt shows his presence. Mushroom finds one. Push comes out from Peter. It's all on his hands. Swings out. Snakebite, 40 seconds. Spray down. Headshot connects. 12. But no. Misfit retrieves it. Similar position to where his teammate was holding. And that puts Mixed Energy, what keeps Mixed Energy still in the game.
Yeah, that got a little bit close for comfort, I guess you could say, especially with the way that round kick-started. But of course, yeah, that will be Mixed Energy finally putting another round on the board. They struggled. They haven't even been able to do that after this opening two. They're very good on pistol rounds, right? You've got to give Mixed Energy the credit where credit is due there. But everything else doesn't seem to be on that same level. And of course, the Goose House, they know about that. They've exposed that. And still, of course, 4 rounds to work with just to find one.
Seems like Mixed Energy haven't really uncovered how to approach this as a team game. It's more like on all ends, it's solo queue, right? And the Goose House has clearly demonstrated that team play is grander. If that even is a word, and my English hasn't been thrown out of the window, but Devo. He's on a quick challenge there. Contact to be found, but the spike goes down. Toxic screen also to fade. Mixed Energy, they're on the attack though. Timer, first one to lead the charge with a kill as Matty also is on a close proximity. Devo comes in with a backstab. Matty doubles it up. Nicely done. Transformer has to fall. It's all down to Peter. No way he clutches us up, right? 3 players remaining. The backstab has come through. Misfit gets the finishing blow and Mixed Energy get themselves a 9th.
Yeah, they live to see another day. Now, of course, this lifeline has been granted out towards Mixed Energy, and they've got a real opportunity. But there's still, of course, the best they're looking for currently is OT to stay alive in this series. Of course, that opening map did pretty comfortably go the way of the Goose House. And well, we are just going to see a quick tactical timeout called, of course, by the attackers as they look to maybe just have a little conversation, right? What's going right? What's going wrong? And, well, they got a minute to do so.
They do. They do have a minute to do so. And, you know, I don't blame them. They've stilled up 2 rounds in a row. They fall under pressure from Mixed Energy. Their pushes have been fairly standard towards the A site, but they lost on the duels when it came after the spike plant. Usually just when the toxic screen fell and they were trying to refine their positions, they just got caught off most of the times. Now, this time they tried to switch things up by dedicating 2 players towards mid, which didn't quite work out. And I think that was just unlucky on the most part because Matty is just too darn good. He had his attention turned towards that location. If he wasn't quite in that position at the same time, I think the Goose House would have had it in the bag. But, you know, that's not how the cookie crumbled. So Mixed Energy took advantage of it. 3 rounds away, doable. But considering that's the Goose House, they only require 1. It's still an affair that can be wrapped up if Mixed Energy make any mistake.
Yeah, it does also show as well, like, how momentum heavy these 2 sides kind of have their playstyles based off, right? They're so based off just use that momentum to their favor. And of course, now, for the time being, it is in the favor of Mixed Energy, but map control is the priority for the attacking side.
Goose House really do fancy the A site, don't they? Transformer nearby. Hunter's Fury first to flow through. Misfit chimes in with first kill from the Mixed Energy side, and that means that they do have the advantage. They stick around. They're so close. They're challenging all directions. Mixed Energy come in with all 5 players, but how do the Goose House respond? Do they fall back? Yes, they do. They start to trickle away, but do they get away in time?
It's all down to Mixed Energy now to find their spots towards the B site now. But I do think that the Goose House are going to make it there quicker.
Look, Devo, he's just waiting, right? Just above the hatch. And actually, to be honest, if he dropped down, he could have maybe found something. But of course, man advantage in favor of Mixed Energy. The problem is that B site well and truly empty.
The B site will be taken over. Devo could have been a player to look out for, but no. Timer deals with him, and so will Misfit deal with Rex. Peter is able to answer back against Waddle, but this is pressuring. 2 players remaining. They need something strong, and Mixed Energy cannot afford to do a misplay here. 4 players, it should be a simple pickup, but Chanformer puts his dent. This is more palatable. 30 HP onto Peter, 1 bullet from a Vandal should do it.
Player standing.
Taimu, ooh, that makes things tough. Peter again, in a well-known territory against multiple players from the Mixed Energy side. He again has to fall as the Goose House look in terror, seeing that their opposition is gaining ground.
Yeah, they're getting ever so close now, of course. Double they just put on the board. They're only 2 rounds behind. And of course, on top of that, for the likes of the Goose House, they are still just ever so slightly playing with their economy. They're toying it with it to a degree. You know, Kurt's going to be coming in with, well, it's looking like it could just be just that Sheriff. Maybe have a dropped weapon across, but it's not really going to be anything too good for the time being. Mixed Energy, they've given themselves a real lifeline here, and it's chaining them together.
Okay, I just saw an investment come out. Rex, I don't think he had too much of a shield come through, therefore he bought one over. They had approximately 1.5k on average left in their of credits left, so even if they lost this, they would have had a chance to sort of win out on a 12 to 11 scenario if they did end up losing the round, but no, 2 players ended up buying. So this is a do or die for the Goose House. Otherwise, 2 players won't be able to buy up. This is really down to the wire for them. They cannot make a mistake. This could be the overtime maker for Mixed Energy. But Peter chimes in. He gets the equalizer, and Mixed Energy look to come into the A site to defend. But it looks like the Goose House aren't so committed just yet.
Yeah, not for the time being. Kurt in behind. Oh, not able to connect, and that is just painful.
It is painful, very painful. They're down in numbers. Chanformer, so close. He can smell his opponents. The body odor coming through from their sweaty clothes. It's been a long fight today, and no wonder that is the case. Streamlining up the pre-fire from Waddle. There you have it. Simple picking, speeches through together with a guiding light. Rex retaliates. Matty shuts him down. It's down to Rex. 9 bullets. Matty hides behind the boxes. Reinforcements for Monstrum if needed. Matty does noise cage to find an alternative angle. 18 seconds. He's got the spike, but Monstrum operator on a single line. Mixed Energy 1 round away from an overtime.
And the way Mixed Energy have been playing recently, I think they're going to get it. They've been so good in terms of, once again, not only winning the Angels, right? That's been obviously a big factor, but it's the map control that this defender side are gaining. They're controlling all of the angles, and on top of that, cutting off the rotations, leaving the Goose House sort of high and dry and struggling to find anything. Their default, of course, is making its way over towards an A site, but it may be worth now trying something new, because that's where they're struggling.
Goose House again, down in numbers. Howljourn and Chanformer proceed to the A site, trying to lure the opposition in that position. Spike ends up heading towards that location anyway. As Chanformer makes his way under. Good kill. And Viper's Pit could be all she wrote. Taimu, so close to this fight. Spike will get planted, but do they stick around in the pit? It is vital they don't lose the Viper here. They cannot afford to do that. 4 against 4, and I don't think they have Telegraph where Taimu is hiding out. This is massive.
Oh no.
This is more than massive. This is humongous. Taimu so close. That is perfect. 1 kill goes his way. No, Devo can't hold his line. Mixed Energy on the verge of closing things out. Monstrum with a blade. Chanformer, nothing he can do. Cut all by himself. And for that reason, Mixed Energy, they've done it. They take us to OT.
Revealing area.
Take us to OT, and well, we mentioned it was potential that I could have cast the curse this, and they've done exactly that. I hate it here. We're going to overtime, and to be honest, credit where credit's due to Mixed Energy, right? Because they have not given up, they've not backed down from this fight, and despite at one point having a 5-round disadvantage to deny Goose House from picking up one, they've been flawless. And of course, heading into OT, Mixed Energy, they were going to have a real air of confidence about them because they've been flawless for the previous 5.
They have been indeed. Is this the comeback? Is this map number 3?
Is it? Exactly. That's the question.
Let's have a look. Goose House, of course, adopting the defensive side. Mixed Energy. Attackers. Not the best attacking side that they've ever had. Switching up, going towards the alley.
Caution here.
Looks like Poison Cloud will disclose the location. Peter nearby breaks the darts.
Revealing area.
And the bot has been discovered again. Taimou first one to come in with a victory here. This time doesn't aggress too far. Devo lines things up, waits for the dash from Monstrum, doesn't quite clear it. 3 against 4. So Mixed Energy have the advantage heading onto the site. Peter, how do they fight back? 2 players on the backside brewing. Rex falls, but do they expect Transformer? And again, Peter has to die. All down to 1. Misses out on the shot. The spray down isn't eventful for him. 13 to 12. Mixed Energy. They've completely changed things around. They are the ones now on map points.
And to be honest, deservedly so. They have been so strong since that sort of pressure got to the point, right? They've just needed maybe just a little bit of kick up the backside to get them going, but now they found it. I mean, it's been excellent so far. 6 consecutive rounds picked up by Mixed Energy, and the way things are playing out to 7th wouldn't be out of the equation. And map number 3, well and truly looking on the cards, and it does seem that the Goose House have just fallen flat.
Quick Odin span from Taimou. He's shown his cards towards Ascend last time, but this time around over on Breeze. Let's bring that big gun out again. The Goose House, this is where they choked quite a few times in the past 5-6 rounds, where the comeback has come through from Mixed Energy, but it's the Goose House to come in with first blood. Devo aggresses, 2 players looking at that direction, and that is where he has to fall. To do approach the pyramids, the spike is left behind. This is not the comfortable take that they would have liked. Toxic Scream will drop, and Matty just comes if he looks to it in time. Peter's quick to the trigger, but not quick enough to find a second. It is well to pick it up, but they're already making their way towards the B site.
Yeah, it's a nice mid-round call as well to rotate away, but of course, in a foot race, I think Mixed Energy may be able to meet them on the way, but they haven't fully committed as of yet. They're still ever so slightly aware that it could be on the cards that they still stick towards A, but now as they clear the site, Spike going down, post-bombs being set up is the priority.
The decision-making from Mixed Energy was as such due to the fact that they didn't have information on the whereabouts of the rest of the players. They've read it wrong.
They're going the wrong way.
They realize it's not Dinky anymore. They've wasted a lot of time here. Seekers will show their location, and now they know that they don't really have to focus from spawn. They can just turn their attention towards mid. Oh, this is a lot of crucial time that has been lost from the Mixed Energy side. Rex from afar doesn't need to peek again. Guiding lights, 3 against 3. This should be in the hands of the Goose House. Transformer from afar. They're still in it to win it. Rex, but it's Transformer with 4 kills that keeps the Goose House still in the game.
God, they live to see another day, just about. But that's a brilliant mid-run adjustment from the Goose House there. They knew that A site, which has been their default time and time again, just wasn't working. They needed a change, and of course, they made that change on the fly. Allowed them to pick up a 13th and tie it up once again. And of course, heading us into the second round or the second OT on the cards, let's say. Tied 13 apiece. This time, of course, it will be the Goose House starting on the defender side and RixGG on the attacking side.
Devo making the investment for the operator without any shields, and has to fall for that reason. One shot, one kill when it comes to the Phantom. When you don't have shields, quickly out of the equation. Looks like RixGG want to hit the road running, and slowly gaining control of alleyway as well. They're holding back, interestingly enough. I think they're waiting for the Goose House to rotate. And if they make noise towards the B site, they're going to move out of it completely. This is a smart move from RixGG, because now, if they move towards A, they will find it barren, but that's not what they do. Instead, they throw in an owl drone for good measure. But surely now they'll know, right?
You'd hope, innit? Look at this Rex, though.
Oh no, he failed the guiding light, and for that reason, he will have to fall. Matty able to retrieve the kill, but they do head towards the A site with the information gathered from the owl drone. Drone? Interesting.
Drone? New
We should
drone.
rename it to Drone. Okay, Taimu. Ooh, again, with that Phantom, quick work. He's had such a massive impact so far in the second half of this game. And now on overtime, he's chiming in with extra kills. RixGG. They want to have the lead. They want to get on map point again. They don't want this to end just yet. They want map 3. They want to qualify to the semis, Neo.
Scanning ahead.
This will be the way to do it.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Well, that's the way they do it this round at least. 14 to 13. Again, they have the advantage.
Switching sides. Match
One
point.
round required, but will it get shut down by the Goose House this time around?
Yeah, I mean, RixGG, they're just doing a fantastic job of just ever so slightly keeping ahead. Of course now, kind of a very quick tactical timeout called by the Goose Houses. Well, understandably, there's quite a bit of pressure coming into what could be the final round of map number 2.
Very well could be. RixGG have got some tempo flowing with them right now. They've got the rhythm locked down. It seems like the Goose House haven't had too much to respond.
Yeah, they've unfortunately just looked a little bit flat, haven't they, at times? They've kind of struggling, as we spoke about, to find an entry. And especially on their attacking side, the Goose House, their default, of course, is just making their way over towards that A-bomb site, which, understandably, it's a default, right? That's what you fall back on in tough times. But since they consistently go there, the RixGG, they can just read this time and time again. And, of course, gives them such an easy read in closing it out. All it takes is a small amount of utility, just get a Viper's wall up, close them out by just a small amount of utility, and, of course, pin them into that main position.
The issue with this map is that these rotations are just huge.
Yeah.
Therefore, if you want to quickly change your mind, you'll have to face the gamble that the defensive side will probably get there before you. Especially if you don't have that mid control. And to say the least, the Goose House haven't really expended too much utility to gain that ground. Our drone use,
Area.
making sure the tripwire
Deploying drone.
has expired. Now Taimu as well, using his own drone. As his teammates may want to approach. They've left the player behind. If they spotted out 2, this will cue the rotations to flow in. Obviously, no Hunter's Fury, as this is overtime. But interesting enough, the Goose House aren't pushing it. They're holding back. Now with the Toxic Screen, taking their time, allowing their opponents to start running bullets through it. Not losing any players, but they do. Matty again, transform out of the equation. That is a tough situation to be in. Slowly they do run in. Shock darts coming out. Rex, challenge, swings, good shot, heals a bit. Now backs off again, swing out simultaneously, loses out on the trade. Devo is there to stay, but he needs reinforcements, and quickly. Devo on the corner, Cloudburst drawn, giving some extra space. Kurt just showing his cards, but they do stick the spike. Defuse? No, they don't, not yet. Waddle, of this Toxic Dream will be there to find one, he finds both!
Why did I sign up for
Mixed Energy, they did it. The defuse will come underway. We will be heading to map number 3.
Defenders win.
What a comeback from Mixed Energy. We question them when it comes to their defender side, but that was just stellar. Much better at isolating fights, and of course the biggest factor, dictating their playstyle. Map number 3 on the cards now, and well, to us, this one becomes even tougher to call because, well, the Goose House, they're looking flat.
It did look like they got stale when it came to their approaches on the attacking side. I guess they did win that one in overtime, and which should have sort of reimbursed hope into their side, but they never really felt comfortable after that. But you said it perfectly. They fell flat. It just seemed like something just dropped. I don't know if it was their morale, if it was their approaches, or their aim didn't feel online anymore. Either way, it just didn't look around for them. Neo, any final words before we jump into a break on that number 3?
Wow, I mean, you got to give credit to the second win of Mixed Energy, right? They just came back alive. A team that looked defeated. 5 rounds to come back into it. They did exactly that, and in double OT, they managed to close out. But of course, as you mentioned, we'll be heading into a very, very quick break before we get underway into map number 3. So, gentlemen, stick around, and we'll see you all in just a few minutes.
We've had a fair share of bangers today, Neo, and I don't think this final map of the day will disappoint either. Welcome back, everybody, to RixGG Open of August here in... it's just been a ridiculous day so far. Backs and forths, overtimes, in close games and utter slaughters. How do you feel about heading into this next one, man? Because it's been a roller coaster.
It has, right? I think, you know, since we started working on these Rix tournaments, right? We've been here for quite a while now doing these tournaments together, right? And I think every single time we have them, the talent just gets better and better. And now we're starting to get to this point where everyone is so talented at such a high level that we get these long matches like we're seeing here. Of course, another double OT that's just happened. And of course, map number 3 coming up, which of course is going to be on a side, being that of Split, as they are picking into the agents just then. And I think just relatively standard picks. I guess the only real difference makers, we're seeing a Reyna on the defender side and, well, a Brimstone as well.
You like Split, don't you?
I'm a fan. I think it's... Well, okay, I'm a fan when I'm winning, and I hate Split when I'm losing. It's just like, you know, when you're losing, you can't do anything on Split. It's just impossible.
Yeah, when you're in the wrong side of momentum, it just sort of hurts you in that regard. But the roster, the agent select is fairly different. You know, you've got a different control of choice. You've got a different sentinel of choice as well. I mean, Sage on both ends, but you sort of have a secondary one coming in, Cypher being picked up. But instead of a Cypher on the one end, you sort of have an aggressive Raze. So it's a different one across the board. You've also got the flashes of Sky, but on the other side of Mixed Energy, you have Reyna. I think it's the most different agent select, the most variant agent lineups we've seen all day.
Exactly. We normally see, you know, very similar selects coming out, but not the case here, of course, because they're so different. I mean, just to see how this one plays out, but of course, it will be Mixed Energy on that defender side and the Goose House on attacking side.
Starting off on mid. As they do approach, it is Rex, the first time true with some damage. Paint Shell's going to keep them at bay for a little bit, do some extra damage as Peter wanted to go for the wall. He ends up falling instead. So, it is a numbers advantage, but look at Taimu. He's bringing something very sneaky.
Yeah, already into Asuras as well. He could get a nice drop in. Maybe even pull up a bit of a multi-frag.
There.
Cloudburst. Oh, well, not Cloudburst. The dark cover does give him some room to work with here. Close up the gap as well. Right click. Ooh, trying to go for the lead there. It's a topsy-turvy of events, but it's still Mixed Energy that have the numbers. Now, Devo on the backline has been spotted. Painters as well will be thrown out again, but Paranoia will be drawn, and I think he realized that his fate has been sealed. The spike is in front of the eyes of 3 different players from the Mixed Energy side, and unless Devo is able to turn around and just zap them like Zeus, I don't think there is a possibility that he can bring anything back. But other than that, I'd say a job well done from Mixed Energy there. You know, bring out Timer from the back lines, stop them in their tracks, throw the paint shells in a timely fashion to get a kill. Beautiful approach, beautiful response, and it's a 1-0 in favor of Mixed Energy.
Once again, the hyper-aggression working in favour of Mixed Energy. I'm loving the way in which they play that, right? You mentioned it, Taimo going aggressive into Asuras. Not only did he manage to get the drop on that rotate, but of course, you know, let's say they were making their way over towards that site. He would have caught them early into that round and, of course, allowed for the rotation to come in. So, in that sense, it works perfectly for them. And, well, exactly that. First round on the board, Mixed Energy. They love up this round and convert yet another.
They do indeed. Look at that. It is timing with 2. Making it 3 as he does make his way out of it. But man, we were talking about how enabled Timer can be. Well, if he's got Reyna on his side, then that is something the Goose House needs to fear.
Yeah, I do like a Reyna coming out. I think as well, for a player like Timer, who he mentioned is definitely big in terms of a momentum player. I think it's part and parcel kind of his play style, maybe, is that he is very momentum heavy. When he's a Reyna and when he's popping off, I mean, he can be unstoppable at times, and it does seem like so far we're getting exactly that.
I think there's a glitch on Devo's gun. He still looks wrapped. Usually there's an animation that unwraps it.
That's all right. He's just going to wait for the first shot and then it'll unwrap. It's a surprise.
It's a surprise. Peekaboo. Surprise. No, not yet. Now. Well, it doesn't unwrap at all, actually. It's stuck like that.
I love it. I love it. There we go.
Now. That's more like it, but now it does seem like the Goose House do have the upper hand. They've got the numbers advantage, and Mixed Energy, they need to see where they want to focus their powers because they are limited and they are split across the map.
Yeah, now, well, of course, if you are Mixed Energy, you've got a man disadvantage. And of course, this is technically a bonus round. We speak about this because they're bringing the rounds from the previous, but now they pick themselves up a Phantom, they're going aggressive over towards Heaven.
They are indeed, and there's only one man holding down the A site. Monstrum on hot pursuit. The drop. No real audio cue given out. Matty's position yet to be checked. But still on the back line, Mixed Energy are already having a lot of impact. Matty finally makes some noise with his footsteps. Doesn't check on elbow just yet. Devo close by. Cut is the one that will challenge, but it's Chanformer to deal with Misfit and Monstrum, meaning that Matty is all to himself. 93, 8 points of health, but that will not be enough. It's Cut to shut him down, and the Goose House find their way on the board.
Yeah, much better round there from the Goose House. Of course, as mentioned, they were going in with a significantly better buy, but they made it work in their favor, and that's what it's all about. Brilliantly played, of course. As you mentioned, that first round on the board, now it's about chaining the momentum together. This is something that's been part and parcel of this series so far. But for the Goose House, this is their opportunity. Of course, Mixed Energy will be coming in with a full buy of their own, looking to dampen the bright moods of the Goose House who've just picked up their first round. And what if Timer starts popping off again? They could find exactly that.
Sammy. Good peek, 25 points of health. And doesn't retrieve a kill to heal up either. Mid control from Mixed Energy. So again, they want to make sure that they keep their opposing side at bay and pretty much dismantle any setup that they can bring out from the get-go. It's a decent sort of approach, and they've done it on multiple maps so far, but they backed out of it, gone for a more passive approach, and this might give the Goose House some space to work with.
Yeah, they are still going for that priority, which is mid control, and understandably so. Devo might just use the boom bot to gain some information over towards Wire. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Sky Smoke, though, does make sure that Mixed Energy didn't quite have the information on the cross. Therefore, Omen in a fairly close position towards Vents, but it is a B-site take that they go in for, and this is coincidentally where Mixed Energy have placed most of their players. Chanformer delivers, timing falls, and now the Goose House do regress. Waddle spraying down through the toxic screen, unable to find a kill. Guiding Light looks away. Good inside. Misfit. Oh, all in time. Oh my word, in a matter of seconds, Mixed Energy, they disintegrate the Goose House. And as they do try and find entry onto the site, it's Peter to keep their hopes alive. 10 seconds, 6 bullets, and no information on where Matty's hiding out.
Yeah, Spike goes down, of course, 1 versus 1. I don't think Peter's aware. Surely he checks in. Oh, he doesn't. Turns his back, falls away, and of course leaves. Well, Mixed Energy with an easy third round on the board, and that 50-50 going the way of Matty. It's just unfortunate the timing to turn the back around, and of course a little bit of BM just to smite it up. Well played, and of course once again, now a 2-round lead in favour of Mixed Energy, as of course that economy for the Goose House is going to be in a little bit of a weird state. Of course, we can see Rex support with the buy, but I think they may even just go for a bit of a half. You know, Spectres, Sheriffs of that regard, as they try and make it an expensive one without committing too much, let's say.
Yeah, anyway, and I'd love to see sort of how Mixed Energy managed to collapse on the Goose House as soon as they entered the B site. Because kills came out from everywhere, and even though Peter had a high-flying performance at the end of that round, it just wasn't enough because Matty had his number.
Did read it like a book, and well, now once again mid control is the priority as Kirk looking to drop some Sky Smokes to allow them safe passage.
Ooh, quick contact there from Taimu, and that is the first kill initialized. Talk about initializing. Seems like the Goose House have got something prepped up. A site being approached, making their way down the vents. Not quite. They've only got pistols right now, so it is a tough take for them nonetheless.
tempo really slowed down as well by the Goose House. Of course, they are a man disadvantage, and on top of that as well, they're left with a significant weapon disadvantage, but Heaven, they're making their way forward, and Waddle looking to be the man to make the difference.
Firstly, the charge. Waddle gives away his position. Slow orb to delay the push. Misfit chimes in. Misfit doubles it up. Waddle again there to deliver. And Misfit, before he falls, gets a final say in the matter. But it's Mixed Energy throwing their energy left and right and saying, hey guys, split. It's ours.
4-1 start, 3-round difference. And of course, for the Goose House, that was an eco buy coming into that, right? They brought only the Sheriffs and, you know, a small amount of armor and utility to kind of give them a fighting chance. On Mixed Energy, they made light work of it, to be perfectly honest. With their Phantoms and Vandals in hand, it was easy pickings. And now, of course, at a 3-round buffer, they're ever so slightly starting to pull away. But this is an opportunity to bring it back in control. The Goose House full buy for them.
A lot of bullets used to break down this wall, but I think what you really need to take care of here is that Mixed Energy, they've taken over Garage. They don't even want to give them space to set up for that, which is quite utility heavy for them. But the fact that Monstrum hasn't used any of his, it's as if they're baiting the Goose House to just start moving in. Might be a good idea too. Guiding Light, this is where they may throw in the paint shows, so they expect a secondary play in that location. I don't think they do. Monstrum hasn't shown his cards yet. Do they check it? Surely they do. They cannot not check it. And Monstrum dies with all util available as well. Goose House, very well played, covering all corners. And Masik is being brought into the equation once more. They overwhelm them with firepower. Waddle walks out in front of the Toxic Green. A very aggressive move to make, but it is them surely to capitalize on this round and make sure it is their own.
Yeah, 1 remaining for the likes of Mixed Energy. Just Matty left all alone. I think for Matty in this situation, there's no need to overextend in terms of trying to attempt a 1-on-5 retake, but he can opt for the exit frag strategy, right? And I think, if anything, that'll be a slight positive, a slight silver lining to a tough round loss where, well, Mixed Energy, they were completely overwhelmed, weren't they? I mean, they struggled to find at all anything, and, well, Guiding Light will make his way towards Heaven. He avoids it pretty perfectly, may just be able to catch out Rex, and the rotates will connect, so I guess, if anything, a silver lining in terms of a first frag, but it will only be that. Down he goes. With 4 remaining players, the Goose House, they found a second.
Quick succession after that loss streak from them, and they're able to retaliate. So 2 rounds won for Mixed Energy, then 1 loss, and then that trait does continue another time. I wonder if Mixed Energy are able to bounce back again after that. Obviously, their economy is quite hurt, so the Goose House may have the upper hand here, Neo.
Ever so slightly right as well, especially as you mentioned, you know, with the slight advantage, not only long-term economy, much better buy coming out, but I still don't want to count out that the judge in this sort of situation. Close range, that thing is still a real threat.
It is. Was it Monstrum that was holding the judge?
I think it may have been, yeah.
Not anymore. Timely barely surviving after that incendiary in front of him. I mean, barely running away with any damage inflicted on him. So close to that flame. Kurt's incendiary. Just falling short. Guiding Light dropped. Timely triggered this, but did not shoot there. Pretty far from Kurt is there, but just feels like he's baiting time to move our location. A lot of discipline coming out from Timely to hold his ground there. Matty delivers. Resurrection will be coming out. Matty looking to break the wall, but it's all but a strike to come underway. The Goose House closing things out in a clean fashion, but the Sheriffs are here to stay. Matty and Misfit making this expensive, but considering that Misfit's only got 28 points of health, there is really nothing much you can do in this endeavor.
Not at all, just a Sheriff. And as you mentioned, that 28 points of health makes things even more uncomfortable. He's maybe once again just going to try and make things expensive, but that rotation's being cut off from wires. No way. Rex, easy kill. And cleanup duty works in their favor. The Goose House, 3rd round on the board, and, well, much better now from the attacking side. And once again, another even game here.
Very even. I don't think we expected anything different other than that.
No,
you know?
not at all.
Oh man, it's back and forth. It's back and forth all over again.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it so far. I mean, it's just, you love seeing, you know, two titans of teams like really grafted out, and of course, it's exactly what we're seeing here. Makes sense. They may have the 1 round advantage, but will they be able to keep it? Tymo finds a dump run, falls away.
Not only that, you can see the ultimates available on the Mixed Energy side. Every single one of them is online. And the showstop has been used from the Goose House, and it hasn't really run away with a kill. Therefore, things are getting increasingly difficult for this English organization. But no, eventually, it is Mushroom Showstopper to put a dent into the Goose House's lineup, but it is a 2-on-3. Considering that the Resurrection has come out as well, things get that much more tough.
Spike down, of course, but the Goose House only got 2 players remaining, and 1 booted up as well. Peter just holding and waiting.
UFF has been used, so it's not like they don't know where Peter is. They knew exactly where we're standing and were able to retrieve both of them. I said that all of the ultimates were available in that regard. Now 2 of them are. 3 of them used in this round. Quite a costly and expensive one that Mixed Energy had to take on, but you know, if it means that it brings the momentum in their favor, it could be worth it.
Exactly that. Once again, Mixed Energy, though, do take that 2-round lead. An ever so slight 2-round lead. As we mentioned earlier, it's a tentative 2-round lead, isn't it? Because it's such an uncomfortable one to keep a hold of, especially when you're trying to battle with your own economy as well. And this, the thing that both of these 2 sides are facing for the time being, they're more just trying to keep kind of a grasp on the long-term momentum in their favor. And, well, Mixed Energy, once again, looking to go aggressive in towards main to find that.
Spread out here, Goose House. I guess they're expecting that Mixed Energy will go for something aggressive on either end of the map. They're expending the extra player in that location, although you can see movement coming into the A ramp already. Already challenged. Looks like Poison Cloud has been dropped in that regard, so obfuscating movement again. Mushroom. Here's the first man to get a kill this round. And Taimu retrieves one on the other side. So, Mixed Energy, little by little, they're scraping their way to victory this round. Got Goose House.
Careful.
They've got Seekers available. They've got Peter locked and loaded to start pushing. They need to be quick with these frags because there are a lot of players in close proximity. Misfit out with Paranoia. Doesn't expect them to be out already. Waddle finds one. Now Rex pushes out. That gives Goose House back the advantage. Although they're down in numbers, no one directly in contest. They will be able to get the spike down, but what makes it difficult is this retake.
Spike planted.
Of course, as you mentioned, that retake becomes significantly tougher there. Going already early information plays. Not going to find anything for the time being, but Kurt on a close angle. Now he's been spotted, and Matty might be able to net himself one.
Well, yeah. Rex there receives it. Taimu has dropped. Seems like Rex is aware of this. Can spot the weapon. Gives the information to Kurt to be careful. When does he peek out? Stim Beacon. Ooh, spray down. Ooh, finds it. Matty doesn't check it. And that could be his downfall. Classic out. Right click again. Has to defuse. Runs out of phantom bullets. But Matty, he can't do anything about it. Poor man, he's stranded. And the Goose House, even though they were in a disadvantageous position on that take, they're the ones to run away with a victory.
Oh, that went once again, right down to the wire. But of course, with that low HP, trying to get a defuse off there, it's never going to work in that favor. And all they had to do was just play for that defuse. In a 1 versus 1, they had the health advantage. And of course, well, it was only really going to go one way. 4th on the board, the Goose House now only 1 round behind. And to make matters worse, a slightly mixed buy for Mixed Energy, right? We see, of course, the Phantom's being picked up. Half armor.
No team really finding any comfort in this match. We knew this would be a close affair, and it's not disappointing in that regard, is it? Okay, first kill going to Transformer's way. Matty aggresses onto the A site, and he will have to pay the price. Now, Kurt can't quite hold his line, and that is a spike drop towards Sushi. Ooh, okay. The fact that it hasn't been spotted from Mixed Energy is a good note, but if you look towards the Goose's House Viper, Transformer
Good kill. Misfit already out of the equation. And he's still in a really difficult spot. A really messy one. If you're Mixed Energy, you want to deal with him quickly in case they head towards the A site. But it seems he's keeping them busy enough to let his team go towards B. Chanformer, a little bit overwhelmed by time and pushing there, not quite expecting him, and didn't even manage to pull the trigger in time. But the B site is where the Goose House is heading and where the spike will go down.
And it'll go down completely uncontested, right? And you can just get it down instead of the post once again. But the real difference maker is, of course, that's the Goose House. They do have a man disadvantage.
Do indeed.
Satchel out.
Moving out.
Satchel out.
Blast pack. Keeps it at bay for a little bit. Devo sprays! If he kept pressing mouse 1, he would have gotten a second one there. They're too far away. Or are they? Peter connects it. Waddle just a second away. Can't cut the spray down in time. Mixed Energy in the midst of the panic. They're able to defuse the spike and get themselves a 6th.
You know what they say, X-Warrior? Pros don't fake, and that's exactly all that Waddle had to do there. Just held the spike, held that defuse, and of course, off the back of it, he's going to find Mixed Energy, their 6th on the board. And now, we spoke about this game being a round-for-round affair. That's exactly what we've seen for the last 4 rounds. It has been end-to-end stuff, with still ever so slightly Mixed Energy keeping a slight gap between these two, but only 2 rounds. Still got a lot of work to do.
They do. It's neck and neck. No one run away from each other. One of the closest series of the day, if not the closest. I've heard that Vexed had quite a difficult time progressing to the semi-finals. It's progressing to the quarterfinals, actually. 3 mapper, overtimes. Similar to how this Goose House is going on. But the wall broken. Attacking side of Goose House have multiple options to work with now. Boombot drop. Waddle is able to pick it up, although draws back. Guiding light could be also used in their expense, but Mixed Energy already hitting first blood. Monstrum is able to retrieve it. Now Chanformer, he's just shown his card, he's just shown his position. But he doesn't run away with a victory, but doesn't get killed either. Falls back to safety, but Taimu is able to do chaos towards the other side of the map. The Goose House, there's nothing they can do. They're shut down on either side, and they're being sprayed upon all angles. 20 seconds remaining, and it seems like they're lost. Mixed Energy had an answer to everything that their opposition brought out this round.
Yeah, you mentioned that they had an answer for everything, and of course it does leave now the 2 remaining Goose House players just to fall back, remain alive, and keep the weapons that they got in their hands across into the next, because of course not enough time to work with. And this is what we saw in that map number 1 from the Goose House, where they were left with, you know, not enough time on their executes and really leaving it right to the wire. All it took was a little bit of individual brilliance, and of course that's what Mixed Energy have utilized to start pulling away. 7-3 they lead, guaranteeing themselves, of course, heading into this final round, that they will at least, heading into the second half, have a round advantage. But can they further extend it?
Can they indeed? Now, I think from the 2 teams, it was only the Goose House that's brought in tactical timeouts out. So, yeah, Mixed Energy don't really feel the need, especially now that they have a momentum in their favor, right? I mean, they're the ones dictating the tempo, then there's no reason to slow things down. While the Goose House, on the other hand, now that they're soon to approach a different side, now that they're nearing the half, they at least want a 5th round on the board to make their attempt on the defense that much easier.
Well, let's hope for the Goose House they have an opportunity to get back into this, heading into, of course, this next round. Timeout's over. They've had a little bit of time to discuss and work out what the game plan is heading into this final round. A full bite to follow suit, but at the same time, half armor only really being brought out for the most part, as the economy is ever so slightly lacking, and only a Spectre in hands of Sage.
Misfit. Good angle, Mushroom. Top side. Corner, Goose House. If they go for a full, if they go for a full-on rush here, the odds are stacked up against them. They need something to give them a pick here. They need something to give them information. Because now they're greeted by Paranoia. TP from Misfit. And Mushroom position still to be telegraphed.
I've got your
It is
trail.
checked from Transform, and that switches things up completely. Seeker's enabled. Do they actually continue towards the B site? All of the Seekers do head towards that direction, therefore they do change their mind. They need to be very quick on this rotation, and I believe it's not going to be quite quick enough.
No, look, and they've read it. The Cypher's already made their way over towards the site. Trapwire is down as well to hopefully keep them at bay. And on top of that, Reina just around the corner.
30 seconds left.
Onto the site they push. Peter pushing first. Matty onto the backside, enables a cage as he draws back to safety. Alternative angle where it's not checked. Retrieves one. Taimu as well. They chime in. Mixed Energy, they have the upper hand here because they're putting pressure onto them. But Matty has to fall. With 11 seconds remaining on the clock, the Goose House get the spike down. Exactly what they needed. Paranoia is available, and that is why Misfit is stuck here. Unless he is AFK. Connection issue.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, I hate to see it.
That is not how this is supposed to happen. Okay,
Oh, that's
well,
brutal.
you have to give credit to the Goose House winning off this round, but considering that there could have been a Paranoia, there could have been a From the Shadows available, there could have been more contest onto the site, it could have turned out differently, but man, that is unfortunate for Mixed Energy, but nothing they could do about it, really. The Goose House won this round fair and square, and they'll be getting themselves a fifth, closing the difference at half-time.
Yeah, I guess maybe overall in a 1 versus 3, it wasn't like it was going to make maybe too much of a difference. I mean, I don't want to count them out by any means, but it's brutal to just lag out of that sort of opportunity. And of course, hopefully we get them back in the server, back connected again. But it's really well played from the Goose House. 7-5 half as you know, swap sides, and of course they head on to their defensive side.
And I imagine we're heading into technical pause here.
Yeah.
Due to that fact. Oh dear, it's tough.
Yeah, I know. It was an opportunity, wasn't it? But you know, now heading onto the defender side, I think the Goose House is probably going to be an area for them where they're most likely going to feel slightly more comfortable. Because I mean, I always come back to them. I do think that Mixed Energy on their defensive side are just so random. Like, when you're trying to set up and execute, try and set up some sort of take, they're in your face already, really getting the aggressive start going. So I think now that Mixed Energy are now heading onto the attacking side, which they have had moments of brilliance on, but I would say it's ever so slightly their weaker side, this is now an opportunity. Hopefully they're able to see a bit more of an even half coming in, as well as what we've seen already so far. 7-5 we go into it. The Goose House, though, they need just a little bit of a step up now.
But I love the way that you described the gameplay of the. Oh wow!
Mixed
okay, energy, Mixed Energy.
There we go.
Oh my word! Okay, I don't think I don't think the players are the only ones fatigued at this point. But no, I'm back in it. You know, Mixed Energy, they sort of have a random sort of approach, like you mentioned. And imagine us, like we get to see the whole grand scheme of things. We get to see their setups. We get to see how they sort of line things up before they enter the play. Imagine how it looks from their opponents, from people playing in the server. How random their plays are, how unpredictable it is to when they go for those aggressive plays, when they go for those weird situations, you know. So
yeah, exactly.
It must be really difficult to play against them, and not only that, it must be quite fatiguing.
Yeah, I'm not too sure of who exactly is IGLing for the Goose House, but it must be such a tough job to try and make calls and mid-run adjustments off the back of random plays like Mixed Energy bring to the table.
But this time around, it's the Goose House that do aggress towards mid, switching things up against the Toxic Stream. Will Time or expect this? He's going to pre-fire this, isn't he? He's going to peek out. Hello, peekaboo, right click. He's the one to fall. No, he had the reinforcements. Devo is the one to close things out nonetheless, but Timey still lives. That's the important part. Paint shield's drop. Devo peeks through, but gets challenged. The Misfit delivers on his and Mix Energy to get themselves a good amount of kills in contrast to what they've lost. A good amount of damage as well. They'll be happy with this, considering they've just lost. They've just changed sides.
Yeah, rotation coming through already now. Man advantage in favour of the attacking side as they ever so tentatively push in towards this main position. But B is going to be their point of call, and it's going to be actually completely uncontested. The rotation coming through, but it's going to take a while to come into effect. Spike can be planted nice and open now.
Spike planted.
Spike down. Goose House on approach. They have to break through a wall, the two of them. That is painful. Not only one piece of wall, but two. Shot from Taimu. Time expended. Things are looking on the bleak side. For the Goose House, right clicks on all ends. And that is going to be the closer. 4 players remaining at the end for Mix Energy. And it's 8-5 on the board.
8-5, Mix Energy starting to ever so slowly pull away now. A 3-round lead in their favour, and of course off the back of that pistol round, of course going to have that much better buy. So we're going to see the Bulldog come out, and a quad round of Spectre supported by full armor, and of course utility to support as they once again are looking for an aggressive play. And the Goose House, we spoke about, you know, the battle fatigue and looking a little bit lost. It does seem that the Goose House are feeling the effects of that now.
Deep ball in mid. No one really goes for that, but I guess the Goose House do.
Still in sight.
Now let's see how they carry on from here, moving across. Mid control, but Matty sticks around. Contact perhaps to be found. Peter on the other side of the sky smoke pre-fires. No real challenge in that regard. Should be a simple take for the B side, although there is a backstab brewing from Chanformer and a couple of his teammates.
Toxin screen down.
And melee to a kill or two, but Waddle, it's as if he expects it. Anticipation of the play. Wall comes out, delays him even further. And that gives them clear space to go for the plant. Although they do lose one player, and that could be a weapon collected. Apart from that, nothing much given. As I do say that, Peter, he's able to bounce back. Bulldog is going to the hands of Peter, but not for long. Mushroom shuts him down, and a 3-3 endeavor as Mix Energy look to defend.
Yeah, of course, Spike planted so open now. They're looking to retake in. But, I mean, Monstrum, he can just keep them at bay already. The paint canisters, Matty from behind, finding a double, leaving it all onto one. And Rex needs something special. And Wally did manage to blind 2. Waddle from behind will be on a clean-up duty. A 9th round gain for Mix Energy. And honestly, Mix Energy seem like the only side in the server with any sort of energy, because the Goose House, they look like a shadow of their former self.
You know what, though, Nia? Because now that the Phantoms and Vandals have been brought out, the bonus round, as everyone calls it,
yeah,
I think there's more gravity to this round than most people do sort of put in. And I think this comes in particular this game, because we talked about this matchup being very tempo-based. So if the Goose House are able to retrieve the round here, maybe that interrupts the tempo of Mix Energy, and, well, that's their advantage lost, you know? So, still one that Mix Energy would love to win.
of course, but, you know, if Mix Energy take this, get double digits already, they can essentially start to fall away with this map, and here comes the aggression on towards B.
Kurt falls, Waddle on top of his own wall, Spike goes down. Snakebite doing quite a bit of damage to Monstrum, but he skates away with his life nonetheless. Boombot delaying the inevitable, as the Goose House are on hot pursuit. Now, not quite sure if a wraparound will commence, but Chanformer is eager to get pushing. Do they expect Transformer to peek quickly? It's just a crossfire set up on either end. There's 2 players on one angle. Oh, Waddle actually peeks it quickly. Taimu, he comes up absolutely massive with the Sheriff. And he's even got reinforcements from Matty. Delays the push. Here comes Matty. Put us all down to Monstrum. They're sticking it. Oh my word! The Goose House.
No.
That was ever so quick. That was ever so messy. But they do win the round nonetheless.
And Misfit again, just lagging out of the server. It's just so unfortunate. He's, well, seems to be fighting his internet more than he is fighting his opponents for the time being. It's again a similar situation. They had, well, what looked on paper like a man advantage in their favor, but Misfit lagged out, and of course, in a 2-on-2, once those last 2 remaining pillars of the site went down, and of course, means the Goose House put 6 rounds on the board and chipped this deficit away to now only 3, which, has to be said, becomes doable.
Oh man. You have to feel sorry for them right now.
Yeah.
They had it.
Exactly. It's
They
brutal.
had it. They have the numbers. They could have had the backstab. Ouch. That really, really hurts. And as I said, that even though it was a bonus round, there was a lot of weight to that. You know, it would have dictated the momentum onwards. Like you mentioned as well, it would have meant that they would have hit the 10th round, which does bring the morale to greater heights. But it also is a daunting sort of number to reach if you're on the opposing side. Ooh, that hit straight, and that hit straight into the feels.
It's got to be tilting as well, right? For Misfit, it's got to just be. It's so frustrating. I mean, we've all been there, right? When you're lagging out. I mean, it doesn't even matter if you're playing a game or you're watching Netflix. You know, lag is just infuriating. I mean, it will make anyone really lose their cool. And of course, in a situation like that, once again, another situation where he was needed to clutch something out and unable to. I mean, it's just brutal. I mean, very easily could have been a 10th on the board, despite them coming in with the significant weapon disadvantage, because they found that opening kill on towards that B site. That was, you know, chalking up to be around in their favor, 10th on the board, and maybe even, you know, the opening steps to closing out not only this map, but the series. But again, you know, lag out the server, and of course, hence why we're back on the cams as we're just waiting, hopefully, for Misfit to join back in momentarily, stabilize the internet a little bit. But, I mean, credit's due, right? The Goose House, nice retake from them, and of course, 6th round on the board. 3-round disadvantage, that's very doable to get back into it.
It is, and the economy, I believe, it is there for them, for the mixed side to sort of get back into it. But at the same time, the Goose House, they were left with 2 players. The rest of them not doing too grand, but it is their first victory of the half. Therefore, they still have something to work with. Not that bad, right? Not that bad when it comes to it. I think they will have very similar economies coming out of this one. But I do think that it gets tough to the point where if the Goose House sort of fall in a very dominant fashion, if there are no saves either, that is where the mix side can sort of bring things back and level it up from there and just cross the finishing line, because it's a final sprint, right? They're on 9 rounds. They're 3 rounds away from that from 12, which would be the finishing blow, and 13. So 4 rounds in total, right? But I think the fact that they've got some sort of a gap between themselves and their opponents is a big plus for them.
Yeah, I think well, really for the Goose House, they are still in a real kind of tentative area where their economy isn't built up long enough to allow them to go for a super aggressive plays out of the bat, but they still need to try and catch Mix and NG off guard, and that's why we're now seeing this mid-aggression come through.
Well, mid-aggression has been stopped in its tracks. Interesting position being adopted by the Cypher. Aggressors, I believe, past his own Cyber Cage. 1 HP onto Taimu, barely standing. But Matty still holds. Maybe Sky Smoke to be replaced again. That hurts a bit. Push comes out. Taimu, he even had 1 point of health, but now he can heal entirely. Well, okay then. This is how you look to change the tide. The Goose House, as we mentioned, when it comes to the weaponry, they are in a disadvantage. But if they find a few kills on close distances, they can be right back.
Yeah, of course, still trying to make the way in towards heaven, but
30
actually,
seconds
a smart
left.
decision not to make it that way as well, the rotation over towards A seems to be happening.
Time it. Quick shot again. Looks like he's enabled this round. Is shut out. For 30 seconds, the time is pressuring, and Rex is there to stop them. The Goose House may have done what was necessary. TP on site, and there comes a spike plant. Rex all by himself. Misfit does get it down. He needs a full-on ace. Repositions. Straight back at the elbow position. 8 bullets remaining onto Rex, but that's all he needs for 1 kill. Does Mystic look in time? He doesn't! Rex with a full-on ace! The Goose House! They're on a pursuit of catching up with Mixed Energy. What a performance from Rex. Salvages the round for them. And blinds us with his skill set. What a spray down, and what a continuation of that. Beauty of a performance.
Stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Not only the ace as well. Let me remind you, the ace clutch. What a man. It just nerves of steel. And of course, isolating every single fight, and when needed most, stepping up. Look at that scoreboard. Rex is 21 and 11. Second on his team is 9. I mean, he is essentially single-handedly keeping the Goose House in this. And, well, that's the perfect way to do it.
You need someone like that to bring the morale. Imagine the cheers once he achieved that.
Yeah.
Scout destroyed.
Trailblazer thrown. Sincerity stopped the push, but the push wasn't going to commence either way. Cyber Cage. They're going to walk right through it. Dark cover as well, but that bot spotted that one. The Goose House are aware of this. They've dedicated all of their power towards the B side, but it's a monstrum to forward to nades in the end. Things are becoming difficult for the Goose House. They don't have information. Now they've doubled up towards B Heaven, but Rex is there to stop the push from happening. Mixed Energy. Now they're the ones under pressure. Rex falls back. Good reason to. There's no reason he has to challenge, you know. The weaponry is less than optimal on the Mixed Energy side, although they're somehow making it work. Sheriffs do give them 2 kills and give them space to plant the spike.
Player standing.
Saying that, paint canisters causing problems, and Misfit down to 20 points of health. The full teleport coming in though to a completely open A-bomb site, and down the spike goes with just enough time.
Just in time, by the way, because it was the Goose House's raise that just used the blast puck to just whiz towards Misfit, so barely in time. Nearby, 20 points of health, 1 bullet, misses out. Okay, well there you have it. The Goose House, they really want to catch up to their opponents' scoreline. 9-8 to be after this defuse. What a performance.
Yeah, what a performance indeed. Defuse coming forth, and of course that will mean that, as you mentioned, an 8th on the board this game, which was once looking like it could have maybe have been, you know, Mixed Energy just pulling away with it. Now, right down to the wire once again. Only 1 round separating these two, and well, both sides, their economy not in a fully built state, let's say, so it's all to play for.
There.
Satchel out.
This is for the equalizer. Showstopper. Oh my word, Taimu, how are you so quick? And Monstrum knocks us back with his own big gun. And for that reason, it does mean that Mixed Energy have a clear leeway to the A site.
Yeah, of course, easy spike plant coming forth, and on top of that, cutting off rotations. But saying that, Peter nets himself a return kill, as he will find a trade and transform into something special, but not able to deliver. Monstrum, lovely swing in there, deleting the Viper out of existence, and of course, meaning there's only 2 remaining from the Goose House to try and tie this one up.
It's good utility by them in the Goose House. Knowing of that situation, back out. Make sure the save is successful. But it's back and forth, and Mixed Energy have just bought them a ticket to the next station. Double digits. Not quite letting the Goose House equalize yet.
Yeah, once again, a 2-round lead. And as I said, tentative 2-round lead. Both sides still battling their economy, but much better for Mixed Energy. We mentioned that on their attacking side, one thing that they can do quite well is just that change in tempo. And, well, that's what they brought to the previous, right? Stepped on the gas, essentially, put into gear 2 and went really aggressive over towards that A site, finding the opening 2 kills, and of course off the back of that, then they can set those really aggressive post plants where they push deep, cut off the rotations, and make it easy.
Slow orb to pursue after the wall. Goose House not taking any chances on this defense. Mixed Energy, I respect what they wanted to go for there, but they are greeted by the right amount of utility. Viper Spit as well to block their entryway towards mid. So for multiple reasons, Mixed Energy have been blocked out of their attempts. Goose House having a response in the best timely fashion they could. The only thing that the Goose House isn't accounting for is mass B-site dedication, as they've dedicated all their presence towards A. They do have the numbers, so maybe they want to go for the retake, but have a look at this. They have a clear ley line towards B, and they're going to take it onwards.
They're trying to make their way through. Snakebite will give them a bay ever so slightly, but nice trade there from Monstrum. Looking to further extend as they drop down the wire, but actually a lovely double from Matty.
And now this is doable for Mixed Energy. The numbers have been equalized. As I do say, that resurrection does come underway, therefore still back in it. Oh no! Orbital strike, and that is going to be Matty's downfall. Waddle wants his last say in the matter, but the Goose House do bounce back, do convert, and they do get themselves on a 9th round.
The perfect use of the utilities, right? Just can have that ability to clear that back corner, which is normally seen as a tough area to try and extend your way forward into. Well, that's how you do it. Really well played there from Kurt, just allowing for the rotation to come in, and of course, off the back of that, that's the Goose House putting up 9, and that deficit's back to only 1. This game is going down to the wire once again, and well, I think for a best of 3, this series is deserving of it, because these two teams are so evenly matched.
Where are you?
Even Steven, as far as I'm concerned. Not an inch separating the two. I guess just around, currently. Wall on top of the wall, they're going straight in. Kurt is able to bounce back, but Waddle isn't shutting him down. A trade has come through, but there's still the defender towards elbow. Shots flying out, position has been covered. We're still stopped in their tracks, being greeted by Snakebite, by various other pieces of utility. It's as if Mixed Energy don't really have an answer, especially after losing one player in the process. They may want to reconsider their options, but now they may have found an opening. 1 kill towards Heaven, making their way up ramp. They can even take control of mid if they want to, but at first they have to get past the gatekeeper. And the name of that man is Transformer. Will he swing, or will he be swinged? That is the question. Mixed Energy tell us to that question. Yes, that is their answer. Entering the A
30
site.
seconds left.
Spike to be planted. And pressure to be put on the Goose House.
Spike planted.
Slowly entering from each side. Yes, Neo, take it away, because this is going to be an
look
interesting one.
Look at this retake, it's so spaced out. That's the biggest issue. Rex is a little bit on his own here, but a nice use of the guiding light. But once again, caught isolated. Good trade coming forward from Transformer, but Waddle, he can just wait and hold. Hold he does, but does nothing he finds. As it's going to be an easy shutout, an easy retake. The Goose House find 10. We're tied all apiece once again. And X, what a game and what a series we've seen here today.
I love the response that the Goose House had in that situation.
They were patient enough to allow Mixed Energy to sort of get themselves on site, nestle themselves, but not really have time to nestle themselves in positions that they couldn't quite get to. Instead of challenging the spike plant, instead they rotated all the way in ramp, have 2 players in that position, would have never been expected. They would never have thought someone would have reached that mark that quickly. And for that reason, they managed to catch them off guard, win out on their trades, and get themselves that win.
Yeah, exactly that. But unfortunately, we are into another tech pauses. And I'm right in saying I think Misfit has once again DC'd. We spoke about it. Battling the internet as well as their opponents was exactly what we're seeing. As we're tied 10 apiece, hopefully we can have a Misfit back in the server momentarily. But yeah, as you mentioned, really unorthodox plays we're seeing here from the Goose House just to allow themselves entry back into this game. Because at one point it did look like it was going to be kind of sealed, done and dusted, right? I mean, it was some real kind of solid plays from Mixed Energy where they were just dictating their play style. We knew it's something that they're very good at, but as I mentioned, it took that unorthodox play from the Goose House to allow them back in. And of course, they're flawless when it comes to retakes. They have been since map number 1, and they've proved it once again there, tying things 10 apiece. And now we have a game on our hands.
Yes, we do. And it's as if we never really did, but here we go. Double digits on both ends, 10 against 10. They're both just a grasp away from getting this victory, but it's just not coming to them. And what is on the line right now is qualification to the semi-finals, is a chance to play tomorrow. And I don't think we ever expected this type of competition at this stage of the tournament. This is insane.
It's just credit to these teams getting better and better, man. We spoke about this off camera, didn't we? That the level just seems to be improving every single time. And I think a big part of that credit as well is to the Rix guys, right? They've opened up a little bit more to the Nordic scene, allowing to come into this. But of course, they are bringing the attraction of these bigger teams and the big talent that we've got on show here. And, well, it's proven, right? We've seen some fantastic Valorant played at such a high level at such an early stage, which normally at this sort of stage, you see, a couple of 2-0 stomps where, very, very quick, in and out kind of thing. We would have been done an hour and a half ago. But this is the kind of Valorant we look for. 2 top teams really duking out and going down to the wire. And now as we head into essentially the latter parts of this final map of the series, the biggest factor that's going to determine is the battle of fatigue and fruition.
I think it is. But the team that has the most momentum is the one that comes out on top, I think, in this regard. And the Goose House currently have had a resurgence of rounds, have retrieved a few rounds in a row now. They've started to close up on their opponents, and for that reason, I think they have a good chance of closing things out themselves more than what their opposition does at this point in time. But what you do have to know is that currently we're in a tech pause. Currently, they're just questioning things. They're just thinking about the repercussions of things that they did and things that they might do, and this might get them into a tangent, and they might start making mistakes. So these are treacherous waters now, Neo. They need to sort of have their mental state calm down and sort of chill out. Space out, make sure that they are in the proper mindset as soon as a tech pause is over to close things out in the manner that they know how to do.
I think the beauty as well is, of course, the negative side, that Misfit has dropped out of the server. We don't want that at all. He's these tech issues, but at the same time, they can just use this to just compose themselves. Of course, they've now lost this lead that they had, Mixed Energy, so they've just got to try, if they can, to get back into it. So they can use this as a slight tactical as well. But of course, coming into this next round, it will just be a harsh eco for them. Upgraded pistols at the most.
Oof. Okay, Devo, first one to lead with a kill. Seems like Mixed Energy are having difficulty again on the attacking side. Of course, with weakened weapons. Let's be honest, this isn't too much of a round that you would have too much faith in them. But it's not like we haven't seen Mixed Energy pull rounds like these off, is it?
Not going to count against them, are we, by any means?
B site to be the choice. Well, the setup does favor them currently. Sliding lights. Cage as well dropped. There's space. There's a wall that comes their way as well. So they are able to cross through. But look at the conversion coming out from the Goose House right now. They've all made their way close. Ooh, that snake bite was everything they needed, because as soon as the cage would have dropped, they would have had 5 man that push and 1 out on a trade, but no. Good read from the Goose House, and all of a sudden, it is a 3-on-4. Quickly traded out, and it's the Goose House that wins out. A lot of kills going the way of Mixed Energy, though. These Sheriffs doing a lot of work, and all of a sudden, the numbers have been equalized. An equilibrium state has been restored, but Kurt is there for the backstab. Devo can just stick the bomb, and Kurt can defend the Goose House to avert the crisis, but it's still an expensive round for them.
Nice try.
Yeah, it's expensive, but the Goose House are going to be the ones to take that lead 11-10 as they get ever closer to the all-elusive 13. And, well, we mentioned that coming into this round, you know, it was a monumental one, wasn't it? It kind of was going to be the one that dictates how maybe this one ends off. And, well, Kurt, a brilliant double to net an 11th on the board. And the Goose House, they get one step closer to stealing out this series and, of course, moving on to tomorrow's games.
I will rip the light from them.
The hunt begins.
Cover going out.
That cover again towards the mid stairs. Apart from that, no real trades coming out. The Goose House not expending aggressive points.
Toxin screen down.
Definitely not what Mixed Energy would have gone for so far. Some sort of push would have come out from them.
Oh, for sure. You can kind of guarantee that, can't you? That's just their part and parcel of their play style. But look at that. Nice trade from Monstrum. But Timo going down is expensive.
Here.
It is.
Poison's off.
But still, within reason.
Cover going out.
Neural Theft from Mixed Energy with a kill. Could get all the information they need. Resurrection come out. Time of getting it. Ooh, okay. That's Orbital Strike wasted. A high impact ultimate out of the way. I think they'll take that. Transformer. There. Quick trades. He had resistance, but no. It's Mixed Energy that get these kills. Neural Theft, exactly what they need. They can now enter the B side with safety, but they need to be careful because they are really, really close. Peter, first one in line, shot. Kurt is all by himself, somehow survives, may even fall back to resurrect. That's exactly what he does, and now the Goose House have the advantage.
Yeah, man advantage, but they're unaware just to where Monstrum is, and he's actually relocating over towards Heaven. He could pull this off perfectly. It's all about timing on the peak. We'll have the sound cue. Swings in, damage dealt, and now the ruse is gone as he's trying to jump his way down. Ultimate popped to no avail, and Peter punishes as the Goose House find 12 and are 1 round away from taking the map and the series.
Is this map number 2 though? Is is this a situation all over again? Last time they found themselves on a 12th marker, they fell short. They fell into a pit of stale plays, but thankfully for them, they aren't on the attacking side where that happened last. They're on the defensive side. And they're not the ones that are called to action. They're the ones that are and have to be proactive, have to be reactive and respond to the attack. Now, the mistakes are all up to Mixed Energy to make. It seems like a lot of noise is being created towards the A side. But for now, that's all that is. Noise. Because Mixed Energy aren't going to push in just yet.
Yeah, not going for just yet, but Misfit does need to be careful. Transformer, he's pushed up nice and aggressive.
A lot of players in Sushi right now. 3 of them holding out Transformer. He knows that he's close to the action. You can see how nervous he is. Racking left and right, ADing with his mouse and keyboard. Quick trade has come out, but still. Positions yet to be exposed. The A site is what they're going for. Here comes the rush. I'm not quite sure if the audio cues are given from those footsteps. I think they're just out of reach. Matty. Will he peek this? If he does, he might be a dead man. It just depends on timing. All dark cover thrown. They push out. Blight guiding light. Oh dear. This is doable for Mixed Energy. But it's Peter still in sight. He can stop the onslaught. And he's got assistance as well. Does he go for the swing or does he wait for them to come to him? He waits, and now it's down to Matty. One found, but they know exactly where he's hiding out. 6 bullets, 2 kills, unable to do so. Runs away from the snake bite, runs away from the poison. But with limited time, there's nothing else she can do but just push. The Goose House have done it. It was a back and forth derby, but the Goose House are the ones to graduate to the semi-finals.
2-1, they take the series, and what a way to take the series. Honestly, it's credit to the Goose House. Their competitive setup is just that step ahead, and we spoke about teamwork and synergy being maybe the difference maker, and in this sense, it was exactly that. What a performance from the Goose House, and right down to the wire, they managed to seal it out, and of course, in a 2 versus 1, it was only really going one way. But X-Ray, I mean, what a day of Valorant we've had today.
It's been great. I don't think we could have asked for a better day. It's been absolutely perfect because from the moment we started, we had close games, even from the round of 16, even now to the quarterfinals. It couldn't have gotten better. Well, we were worrying that this could have been an overtime. We could be seeing an overtime on a second map in the same series. So it's been a back and forth all day, Neo, and I mean, as much as I'd like to wrap it up, I think I'm just going to give you the mic and ask you if there's anything that stood out to you today before we close things out.
I think the Goose House, they've had a few roster changes, right? And of course, it's just working for them. They look very, very calm and collected. And even though they had a little bit of a slip up into map number 2, overall, they look like a very scary side. Their comm setup, as I mentioned, is so distinguished that it allows them to just make these mid-round adjustments to kind of a turn around on its head. And that's exactly what we saw there. They're very good at on-the-fly calls, and moving forward into tomorrow's games, they're definitely going to be a side that I want to keep an eye on because it can be dangerous. But of course, tomorrow's games is where the Heat takes that step up, right? We're into the semi-finals and, of course, the grand finals, which will be tomorrow, of course, tomorrow's final games. It's going to be an exciting day for us, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys may want to stick around for that. But other than that, we thank you for joining on behalf of RixGG and everybody working at it on the back scenes as well. Flippy Bits and Benelo also working in production, giving you the best of viewing experience. But apart from that, myself, X-Warrior, and Neokai, and the rest of the RixGG team bid you a very good night, and we'll see you again tomorrow for the big games.
Done.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Stay down. Bye.
30 seconds. Last player standing.
Night, night.
One enemy remaining.